happy that we could run a game even though we're down our Lord and Savior, Jared Christ. And don't try not to stress too much about all those world-altering decisions you have to make. Because I will say, although you probably are gonna have a lot of thinky time tonight. Tonight's not gonna be the only opportunity for it. We're not gonna resolve the entire year worth of time in one day, of course. This is just gonna be the intro slash initial brainstorming and talking and exposition and all that fun stuff. I would like to go through any of the major like course altering decisions with everybody here. But speaking of that, I am also beginning the search for an additional player. I've been a little busy bee, so I haven't actually had the time to make any actual posts or, our massive campaign-wide mini recap for looking for someone else. But I am starting that this weekend, and I'll be reaching out. My question for you guys is, would you like to be, because I offer this, Ash can tell you because she was one of them, uh, offer this to the last campaign where I had to look for other players. Would you like to be part of the process with interviewing people? Or would you prefer I do a rundown on my own and then they can come and listen in on a session? You can come and talk to them, meet them, and things like that.
I'm fine with whoever. That sounds so stupid, but
Yeah.
I totally trust you, or even just whoever we bring in. I don't think I would have an issue with.
Yeah, I second that.
It's not really a matter of trust. Last time, people were just really excited about new players and they wanted to meet people.
Oh,
Oh no, I
Hello.
hate people. I don't want to talk to them.
I hate people.
It's a good thing we aren't people.
True.
Lizards.
We're
No.
just, I was gonna say sentient thoughts that exist on the internet. But lizards, I guess, too. Oh, no worries. I will be beginning the search. No promises I'm going to get anyone by next week, of course, but I'm going to be beginning the search, and hopefully I'll find someone good enough to join our ranks.
Oh, so is Caitlin for sure not coming back?
As far as I'm aware, not for a long time, and
Okay.
or not in the near future.
Gotcha. That's fine. That's fine. Totally fine. I just
Yeah.
didn't. I just wasn't sure. Sorry.
No, you're good looking for updates. The most that I've gotten, I haven't heard a lot from her. The most I've gotten is Friday's become a traveling day for her. Moving back and forth between family and work. So.
She's got some crazy shit going on right now.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just one of those cases where not a whole lot could be done.
Okay, cool.
What?
I'm excited.
No.
I know it's age, but hopefully we'll find someone that fits. I'm not gonna let anyone else in besides that. So, speaking of fitting into places and times, let's start the recap. Let's pick up where we left off last time. In the journey of the Six, you've experienced many different predicaments and dealt with them in many different ways. And this is one of the few times where you really didn't have much of a choice of where you went. As each of you in your either individual or grouped means were summoned to the top of Paradise Peak, to the palace, more specifically on top of it, of where a meeting was being held to decide all of your fates. And the fate of one of your, I don't even want to call her friends at this point because it's a little more complicated than that, but we'll just say benefactors, backers of mischief, the monarch of mischief. And in the six-like fashion, you chose to sit outside for probably like 45 minutes of real time. Uh, just caught up and shot shit, going back and forth. Duradon decided to try and break Mustang's chains. Surprise, surprise, chains from a very dangerous facility. They're meant to keep you in chains, shackled, guarded, however you like to put it, uh, aren't really supposed to be broken. And the after effects of an enchantment being broken by physical strength exuded small lightning damage in an area as essentially the enchantment short circuited. Um, it knocked Mustang unconscious. It killed Duradon again. And we all sat there really rethinking our lives, as Duradon lost 20 years of his. This man can't win. Jared's having a rough time. Uh, you all caught up and essentially traded all necessary information. And we're trying to decide of what to really do about your current situation, but just kind of came to the conclusion that you really just have to deal with whatever's going to happen, because you can try and walk away from this, probably not going to work. So you decided eventually it's time to go back into the fray, as you all caught up. Some of you still in chains, others freed from their manacles, Mustang having his ghostly powers return. After a little bit of short-term happiness for seeing each other's at least alive somewhat well, you enter the palace. You saw a mixture of this obsidian black and kind of pearlescent white marble adorning each other in this probably the largest structure that you've seen, because again, most dwellers don't have large buildings on them. And Paradise Peak has a few mansions and whatnot. It's not common to have large buildings in any part of the world because of the inconsistency that is the ground and where it might go. So this is the largest standing building that you guys have seen probably in your lives. And approaching, you met the first figure of the evening, in the form of a cosmically dark blue humanoid being known as Wave. Wave seemed to be this kind of, at first, silent, stoic figure who was just overlooking the party, who instantly turns into a little bit more of a devious and kind of a little bit of resenting individual after you all didn't recognize him, but the voice was familiar to at least Kipley and Duradon, were after revealed that Wave being the brother / twin of Herma, aka Clarence, the Blade of Stone and Sin, had a very powerful link with his siblings. One to the point where he already knew Duradon's name. He knew the events that transpired as long as he held the sword, and was a little bit disappointed that he gave away his brother to his previous user / abuser in the form of Lunardane Newman, the witch who previously held on to him before you guys found the sword. After brief introductions and numerous warnings on what not to say while inside of the palace and within the monarch's presence, he led you within to where you saw the amount of different passageways and staircases leading up to floors that you haven't even been on yet was staggering. By the time you actually made it into the throne room, uh, you saw this roughly 20-foot tall throne that looked like it was made of the maw of a once deceased dragon, dragonoid at least. And sitting upon it, you met Uldren Ramascara, also known as the Monarch of Dragons, who had a very deep interest in the party. And that's probably one of the only reasons that you got the treatment that you did. As you are all aware from the general rumors of what monarchs are normally about, how they act, what the various rumors of their either heinous acts they've done in the past or, massive generous deeds or anything like that. Ultra Mascara doesn't have the best standing in the world, known for being a very ruthless and jealous king, ruler of Paradise Peak and everyone on it, and being kind of the tyrant of dragons, as he does not control them himself, but they all follow his will and command out of more fear than respect. And you saw a semblance of that, as instead of having a conversation across the large throne room, he decided to make his way down to all of you, shrinking in form and size, to have a conversation somewhat face to face, as it was still kind of similar to elven features, elongated, much more monster than humanoid, or at least certainly not human in features. As the ears and horns still remained long, and it was very clear this creature, even in his smallest form, was still roughly about 10 feet tall. Came down, a new throne appeared, and he had a conversation. He started off by addressing each of you and going one by one down a list of questions, seemingly without any major purpose, or at least following any sort of scheme. Seemingly randomized questions given, and very different answers given from you all, as he seemed to try and get as much information out of you as possible, with having you talk as little as possible. Throughout this conversation, you could tell that at least as long as he had himself and all of you talking, the longer that the conversation went on for, the more it sounded like a decision on whether you get to live or die had already been made. As this question directly was brought up, he revealed that indeed a council of a very close few monarchs had already ruled that you should all die. That Mischief's power and the chaotic nature that instills in all of her followers is far too dangerous to just leave out into the world, as it can cause directly things to happen that they shouldn't. Directly one of the personal events that all of you have experienced in the form of Mimic Island. You learn that a lot of the chaos that has happened since you've arrived on Paradise Peak has been not just chaos for chaos sake, or happenstance, or even circumstance. It was all the bending of luck due to the Idol of Mischief, the very one that you all interacted with to get your level 5 level up. He made it very clear that while you've all lived very different lives and have very different pasts and very different views on the world, he would give you a chance to use those different mindsets and offer ideas. Anything that would allow a fresh perspective on dealing with mischief. As he admitted, he had struggled with this many times prior, and not a great many of her followers had given enough information, or at least given any working theories that he could test without having them fail and or without having them beg for their lives and him having to kill them. So with the joyous occasion of death rapidly approaching, he opened up the floor to kind of Q&A for the advice for Mustang, asking that if you did have such short time, it would be better to exchange information of what has worked in the past, what hasn't, and if Ultron himself maybe had any insight into how to fix this problem without, of course, you all dying in it. A number of arguments were brought up, a few ideas and concepts, some of which had some validity, some of which were uh, brought up in character very adorably. Um, uh, it was clear the party didn't have any initial or one group, collective, or individual ideas that shone brighter than any of the others. You mentioned bending luck itself. You mentioned that in the imprisonment of Mischief didn't work. And trying to think of new ideas and ways to help fix her. A few of you mentioned potentially the ascension of a god of order, a monarch of order, or some sort of being that could control her. To which Ultron very quickly turned down the offer, as he reminded / educated you, because not a lot of you would even know this, that he himself had been one of the few individuals who had fought in the Wars of Ruination, which triggered the death and or sealing away of divinity, where all of the old gods and pantheons disappeared and were completely diverged from this world, leaving only the people, the monarchs, and whatever creations were there before divinity. So adding to the pantheon didn't seem like something he was too supportive of. And also mentioned that it was a very difficult process to do. Mammoth also had a really cute moment where he wanted to learn about how to become a monarch. I was very curious if Ultron would tell him how to do it, and unsurprisingly, he did not. Ultron gave you a rundown how monarchs work as well. A monarch is not something that has a domain like a god. How a god of the sun or god of light might have a expansive domain and control over it, such as being able to give light spells to their followers, being able to allow nourishing healing or scorching fire damage from that connection to what made them a god. While monarchs, their titles and names are only given to them based off of the deeds that they have done and what individuality they have amongst other creatures in the world. The title of monarch is just showing that they are above any of the natural food chain. Nothing else really more to it. But after a little bit of history and learning about the world, it was clear that we were beginning to slow down in the idea department and that not many people were able to have an extended period of time to think about this in the past, and he was not about to grant any of you that luxury. As well as, I completely forgot earlier, Duradon, who Ultron seemed just rather over with as soon as he started the conversation with him, grabbed him by his throat, twisted his neck, and broke it, throwing him to the side and pausing him in the middle of the air, in which you learned later, in the middle of time, as he essentially lived out probably like an hour and a half of dialogue just being frozen in place, in air, in the middle of dying for probably the 7th time at this point. All of which the resentment was there for mistreating Clarent, aka Harima, as he once belonged to the Monarch of Dragons. Ultron said that he was friends with him eons ago and had known him since the creation of this world. And after seeing how Duradon threw him away so easily, well, the rest was shown in actions and not needed for any words. Eventually, dialogue began to fail, and it was very clear that you were running out of time. Answers were not being given any more thought than a yes or a no from Ultron. And the party got very bold in how they addressed him, to the point where the patience of Ultron drastically dropped. And it came down to the final pitch. Final ideas, if anyone had any, and there was zero to be given. I'm not saying that as a soul, it's just after an hour and a half of dialogue, everyone was spent on trying to come up with rapid shot ideas.
Yeah, we're not really the party to come up with
Hey,
creative ideas.
That's certainly not true based on how you've gone out of previous situations or entered them to begin with. Looking at a certain man on fire who wanted to go on an island. Anyway. As it came to an end, there was a very clear idea put into all of your minds that you were going to die. And Duradon legitimately saved you from a TPK. I set a DC that had, I think, like a 2% chance of actually being able to get done. Excuse me, like 4% chance. He needs to roll a 19 or a 20 on the die in order to divert a breath weapon attack that would have killed all of you. Because Monarch of Dragon's size is approximately the size of a mountain. Once he went to his dragonoid form to kill all of you. So it would just be quicker that way. One breath attack and you all be gone. And instead, Duradon turned the attention towards him, and some very touching dialogue between him and the Monarch of Mischief, who is inside of his head, where they both clowned on her brother, the Monarch of Dragons, and Duradon's current opposition. And through a little bit of back and forth bonds, eventually Duradon got to the point where Mischief felt bad enough for putting you in this position to save you. In which the reveal of the campaign that I've been sitting on for a year was shown that the individual that you met just so happened to be around 9-ish months ago, who, as soon as you met her, life started to get far more chaotic, and encounters began to turn from fighting Marrow to fighting for your lives. Surprise, surprise, the individual known as Captain Zyrus Amaril was in fact a avatar, the physical embodiment of an outer worldly being known as the Monarch of Mischief. Still, Xyrus is a person, but she is also the host entity for one of the idols that Mischief has. Unlike all of you who absorbed her power through the idol, and in doing so, freed that bond to whatever normal outerworldly plane she comes from, Cyrus, being the physical form of Mischief, arrived and pulled out a little pocket egg, throwing the dragon egg that Durdon had rolled all the way back on the Dragon's Vow when you initially met Lauren Day Newman, and put it in front of him, as dragon egg and dragon fire go pretty well together, especially from a water drake such as the one that he rolled in the form of a sea dragon. And it acted as a barrier for the first breath weapon. At the very least, gave a talking point, a talking opportunity, as what was brought up previously by Ultra Mascara was he wanted physical proof or some sort of intellectual promise where you had an ability, you could enact an ability, and you could show him that there is a way to seal, destroy, or control Mischief's power. And Xyrus claimed to be a being artificially made, but a still being that functioned on her own in the world for a few hundred years without having any incidents. While none of this was technically backed or had any real proof, Uldren, at least for the moment, was open to having conversation with her, trying to understand what the hell Mischief was doing, and which opened up a dialogue for all of you once more, where Uldren gave you one last opportunity. Mischief got probably the most amount of time she thought she could ask for, while all of the other previous individuals who've worked under her in the past, who were called anything from servants to thrall, were given only a few hours, maybe even minutes. She asked Uldren for a year of time, where all of you would be able to try and find a way to control her powers, so that in doing so, you could control your own effects, chaos, and the influence that you don't really have control over currently, but are certainly subjected to. After seeing that Mischief had not only created Xyrus, but also had created a little baby dragon, and that was 100% just a little icing on the cake, agreed and promised that you would have a year to the dot, and that as soon as it was over, if you did not have physical proof that you had sealed, destroyed, and or found a way to control the Monarch of Mischief's power, that he would kill you. And we had the very funny dialogue of him saying, "I could just kill you right now. It would save you a year's worth of insanity for dealing with this woman. I don't see why you would go through this." And Mustangs hit him with the, "Well, we're gonna die anyway, so might as well try." And with that, the 6 was given a second, or at this point, we've lost track of how many different chances you've had at life, how many close calls you've had with death. And Uldren, along with Wave, came together and opened up this kind of swirling mass of dark black, purple, and pearlescent colored energy that resembled what a few of you have seen in the form of portals before. And with Xyrus walking through first, all of you following behind, you found yourself sitting in an identical throne room. Perfect replica, everything same to a T, However, the only difference was there was no scorch marks along the walls from where Uldren had just toasted half the room when he shot at Duradon. There was no damage to any of the walls or ceilings from where he expanded to his natural draconic form. And there was no Uldren. As the portal closed as the last of you walked through, you saw the doorway to the throne room opened, and standing before you was a significantly younger looking Uldren Ramascara and the unaged and similar visage of Wave. As they opened the doors, Wave opened the doors for Uldren, a look of shock and surprise filled both of their faces to see all of these strange individuals in the throne room and the portal to be no more. And as we pick up tonight's session, I haven't asked for these rolls in probably a year. I am going to need Kipley, Mammoth, and Mustang to make me an intelligence, a wisdom, and a charisma saving throw. Perfect. Mustang, you came back just in time. To start off the session, I'm gonna need you to make intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throw. All three, if you please. It doesn't matter which order you put them in, but if you could do intelligence, wisdom first, that'd be great.
Oh boy.
Because the intelligence one is the important one. Oh, lovely. As a reminder, everyone, starting off that session with those lovely inspiration dies as usual. But I don't know if you want to burn them just yet. So, we're coming off with Mammoth. Natural 20 intelligence for a 23. A 23 is the DC. So you pass. Wisdom, fail. Charisma, fail. Kipley, fail, 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 fail. Fantastic.
I think I failed all of them too. If the DC
Did you get
is
did you get a
23.
23 or higher on any of them?
No, I got 21. Damn close.
Fantastic. So, if you can remember all the way back to when you were fighting to free Evelyn Gray for the first time, right after you freed her, she offered you an experience that you all obliged. And it was a very funny thing for me because I remember specifically the majority of you didn't want to do it, but Kipley and Maeve really wanted to. She offered to show you what it feels like to stand within a monarch's presence. And I'll tell you this out of character, because this will be educational as for why this didn't happen last time. It is a choice in the very same way that Evelyn Gray doesn't constantly exude this. But having a being of such high, not just level or a CR rating, having a being so enriched with their connection to this world, to the weave, and or to divinity, can cause them to essentially cause other humanoids that are vastly weaker than them to be unable to function. And we saw this when you met the Child of Monsters, when Evelyn Gray showed you that form all those years ago. All those years ago, excuse me, all those months ago. Oof, not been that long yet. So funny enough, all of you, including Duradon, because I already rolled for him, he did not roll. He can't roll a 23 in some of the stats, so just auto fails. All of you immediately fall prone. Everyone who failed the intelligence save, so everyone except for Mammoth, you were unable to speak, even stutteringly, as you were paralyzed. For all of you that failed the wisdom save, all of your 6 senses immediately shut off. So you are now blind, deaf, You have no sense of touch, you have no sense of taste, you have no sense of smell. And for all those who lost the charisma saving throw, well, that part isn't immediately felt yet because we failed the first two as well. So
Am I
we'll get
still
to that in a second.
exhausted at level 3 too? Just-
Oh, of course.
Great. Good.
Of course.
I just wanted to know.
Funny enough, the one person who can still function is Mammoth. As Mammoth, you still have your mental facilities. You can still speak. It's just the rest of your body seems to be going in kind of a shutdown, where you're aware that of what you of the last image you saw. It's like a slideshow in your mind of you just see like the last panel of Uldren walking in, and everything just went black. Same thing for the rest of you two, except everything from your ability to cast spells, from even the idea of existing, is just null and void. Now, ma'am, if you're the only one that would be able to notice this at all.
Oh my god, did this guy just kill me?
No. Not yet. A few moments after you lost your vision, you get the sensation of touch back. You feel yourself being lifted off the ground, pulled by what feels like a semi-scaled hand, by one of your the glamour shirt that you have. Because I don't want to call it is it armor or is it clothing? I genuinely forget at this point.
I think it's just clothing.
We're just gonna call it clothes. But the enchanted shift weave that you have, you feel it tug a little bit, and you feel several claws dig into your chest as it does. And there is a moment where you are unsure of whether you are alive or not, because sensation of touch is the only thing that you have. A few moments pass. A few more moments pass, and it's just void. Cold, unforgiving void. And the rest of you are all unsure of whether you are even alive or not. Or eventually, you open your eyes. Still unable to speak or move. Kipley, Mustang, and Mammoth. Your vision returns, and you can see Uldren Remascara standing above you. Now, here's the fun part. Kipley was still in chains. Those were never broken off. Mustang, your chains are gone. And Mammoth, your chains are still there. You see the chains that bound Kipley and Mammoth have physically been bent to meld together. Now, Dirta had to roll natural 20 to break the chains in the first place. That was already extraordinary show of strength. The fact that the enchantment isn't broken, but the chains bent into each other. They're not gonna be coming apart anytime soon. And Mustang, you see standing above you, with a 3-pronged trident at your throat. You see Wave, but the humanoid visage is still there. The left arm, from the elbow down, has become this gnarled-looking stone, almost like a aquamarine, mixed with a... I'm trying to think of the correct description for this. Do you know how when an item, when in like a dark room, if it has certain minerals embedded within it, how there's a slight glimmer but it doesn't glow? It has that same glow to the trident, where it's a dark stone, but it seems to have this natural glimmer even in the dimly lit room that you're currently in. And you can see the trident is currently at probably about less than an inch away from your throat. And you are still ghost. You are still ghost at this moment. You're not bound by anything else. However, his foot is currently on your chest. As you are aware, you can pass through objects, and you can pass through creatures. You just can't pass through magical objects. And in this case, well, buddy, he's both technically a magical object and a creature. So this is one of the few beings that can actually interact with you. As your eyes open and you all come upon the visage of Ultron again, you hear the voice. It's not the same exact voice that you heard but a few moments ago. It's softer. And the look that he bears on his face is not of disdain, anger, or any sort of menace. Malice, excuse me. It is simply analytic in nature, staring over you in confusion. And you see, standing next to him, looking rather smug, with a little bit of frightened mixed in there, is Cyrus, also known as Mischief, having a conversation with him. You see their mouths move, but you don't actually hear anything for the first couple of seconds until eventually, as your senses slowly begin to return, you're in the middle of a conversation. You don't hear any of the actual middle, beginning up to the middle of the conversation, excuse me. Where you hear Ultron go, I understand. So these creatures, these people they are your spawnlings, but they are not fully under your control. And as far as I am aware, I recognize you to an extent, but I don't believe that I've met this iteration of you before, so that it makes sense that you are not from this time, or at least you have not of this world. It would be more plausible to make it not of this world and of this time, but why would they send you back? Especially with a year to figure out your problems, why would you be here of all places? And you hear Cyrus go, that's a great question. I don't know why exactly he sent us here of all places. I'm assuming he would think this is the best place for us to conduct research, or the safest place in history for us to hide until we're done. A bunch of other monarchs want me dead at the moment, and I'm supposed to be destroyed instead of imprisoned, which you eventually do, and I thank you for that because it's much better than being dead. But I think this is probably the only way you thought to keep us safe. Us including my friends over there. She looks towards all of you and kind of gives like a half smile. I am sorry for the intrusion. I didn't actually know where he would send us, so I guess he can only send us to the same place, but just different times. And by he, you mean me. Oh, yes. Before I ask any other questions of your friends, I would like some answers. and then you can have any discourse that you would like. And he turns and looks at all of you. Kind of just lets out a little sigh. Walks over towards Kipley and Mammoth. And he grabs onto the chains. And after a brief second, there is a sound of metal scraping against claws, which is kind of like a little nail on chalkboard moment where your ears begin to ring for a second. It just kind of hurts because you can't really cover them. And they snap, and the manacles fall off of the two of you. And in the same motion, Wave takes his foot off of your chest, Mustang, and steps away. I apologize for any of the confusion. Strangers within my halls, you're not exactly welcome, especially in times like these. I was simply trying to understand how you got here, why you are here, but it seems that I sent you here. So at the very least, I can offer you my hospitalities. Would you like anything? Food, water? A number of you look like you could use rest, which will be given soon enough, but first I do have some questions for you. If you would be so kind as to bear with me through them.
Mustang kind of looks dumbfounded at
Each of
everyone
you-
else.
Each of you
Oh,
go
can
ahead
we
and give
move?
me insight checks. You have the freedom to move if you like, yes, but beforehand, you
Okay.
all go ahead and give me insight checks. Anyone, the minimum DC you're looking to beat is 18.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we got 19
Hell
from
yeah,
Kipley.
Kipley.
Oh, well, hold on.
9 for Mammoth. Oh, I love that's a 9 for Mammoth. That's perfect.
I got nothing.
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 So,
I think
here- oh.
mine's at disadvantage, though.
Oh, you have level 3 of exhaustion. It is. Go for it.
Okay.
15. Okay. So, the closest one that gets to it, do you get a 15 or above, Mustang?
Nah.
Cool. Closest one that gets to it is Kipley. And the conclusion doesn't arrive immediately, but there is an air of doubt this is the same person that you met a few hours ago. From the visage, the way they talk, it just seems strange. But no initial profound understanding, or at least deeper insight to this current conversation. And I cut you off. I'm so sorry. What were you saying, Mustang, about moving?
Oh, he was just gonna say to everyone, "Is this the same fucking guy?"
Oh, by all means. You're gonna say that out loud?
No.
Okay.
He just kind of like he keeps his hands at his side, but he kind of like jerks his head in the direction of the guy and like points his thumbs at his side. At this guy's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, Kipley's exhausted and just tired of all the bullshit, but at the same time, she also knows how to fucking lie, so she's just kind of keeping a straight face and just watching.
He looks at the three of you, and you do see Duradon, who is currently unconscious and on the ground, roughly about 20 feet from you, has been kind of propped up on his side in a recovery position, is breathing, but just is unconscious at the moment. And he gestures towards Duradon, goes, I would have Wave bring him to a room very soon, but as I think you should be able to speak. And he kind of like looks down at himself and looks towards you. I am not exerting any influence over your bodies, so please confirm that you are able to converse. Do you need any food, water, refreshments, anything that can be done at the moment before I offer you any bedding for recovery?
I'm all right, thank you, sir. Or my lord, my liege. Ugh.
My liege is fine.
I don't need anything.
Looks towards
I
men.
yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
Very well. To the best of your ability, if any of you are able to keep track of it, what year is it currently?
Like, right now, where we are?
Or what you last remembered?
Oh, fuck. I didn't even know. She looks over at a mammoth and Mustang.
This is not a Mustang question. I couldn't even answer this question on a normal day.
Everyone can go ahead and make me DC 10 history checks.
Can
It
I
is
make mine at
not.
disadvantage?
If you would like to, absolutely. It would
He
make sense for you.
canonically
Yeah, it
cannot
would
keep
make
track
sense
of
for you to
time.
lose track of time. Yeah.
A 7.
Oh.
Oh my God, no one's gonna know the fucking date. I love it.
No, no.
Did you not get a 10?
Oh, no. I got a 4.
Oh my.
If I would have had straight roll, then yes, but
I mean, he
In-
might know.
In a perfect comedic fashion, all three of you look at each other and shrug. As no one here remembers the exact date. I will say, even with a shitty roll of a 7, you are aware that you are somewhere around 700, somewhere past 750 AD post arcane detonation. You don't know the exact date, but at the very least, Kipley would be aware that you're around some 700 something plus years away from, past from it, excuse me. But who was it that said he might know? Pointing towards Duradon?
Kibley.
Kipley? Okay. He looks towards Duradon and goes, Wave, could you please wake up our other guest? You see Wave kind of walks over, drags Duradon over to the rest of you, and reaches into a pocket in his robe and pulls out not just a vial, but a wineskin. An entire, like, full-sized wineskin out of the robe. And takes Duradon, forcibly opens his mouth, and just drops a few of these red, like, very viscous drops of liquid into his mouth before closing it and kind of trying to force him to swallow. And after a few seconds, Duradon's eyes shoot open. You can see a little bit of color beginning to restore to his face before Wave puts it back away.
Kipley, like, visibly kind of relaxes a bit.
You just hear as Duradon just kind of takes a few seconds. You see his neck is still fucked up. He's not dead, and it's not like twisted past the point where he can talk, but there's still marks from the laceration that he suffered.
That's fine. We can
Of the
fix
claw
that.
around his throat. Yeah, eventually it'll heal. Oh God, I'm gonna have to make the roll for Duradon now. I ain't giving this shit to him for free. Let's see. I pray that he fails, because this would just be pure comedy. History. He is proficient. It's a +1. Oh my god, he gets a natural 20.
Of course.
Oh,
That bastard.
it's 2025, the year of our Lord. No. Yeah, Duradon sees into the fourth plane. He goes, uh, Duradon kind of looks around at the rest of you. And goes, hey guys, what's going? And he kind of looks towards Ultra, and you just get like the look of like fear on his face, and looks at Wave in recognition. Ultra goes, your friend said that you would be able to tell exactly what year you came from. I am curious. What is the current date to your last recollection? Darren just kind of looks for like confirmation back towards Kipley, Mustang, and Mammoth.
She nods, thumbs up.
Looks back
Nodding.
at him. Last I checked, it was around 758 AD. And Ultra AD, what is that? Uh, post-arcane detonation.
Yeah, after Big Bang.
And he looks kind of confused towards the rest of you. What is arcane detonation?
Boy.
Oh, you know, it's the thing that pretty much fucks up the world.
Oh,
Destroys pretty much everything.
Nope. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah, how
no,
far
we are
are we?
certainly not.
Shit.
Welcome to 200 PD,
Oh,
What's PD mean?
post-divergence, also known as post-divinity. We are 200 years after the war between the monarchs, my kin, and humanity, and our excursion to remove the gods from this land. Tell me. And you see he kind of sits, he was already in this like crouched position when he was looking towards Duradon, and he snaps up and kind of rushes over excitedly towards you. And you see he sits right in front of Kipley, as you've just been one of the few people who've been talking more. He goes, tell me, where you come from? Is divinity still dead? Are there still gods? Are they being worshipped? Were we successful?
You were successful.
Go ahead, give me a persuasion check.
Oh wait, disadvantage. Hold on. Sorry, I thought I had it marked. 8.
8. He looks towards Mustang. Is this true?
yeah. For the most part, nobody talks about the gods very much anymore. There's a handful of people who are kind of crazy nuts about them, but it's not a thought in most people's lives anymore.
So it is not common practice. There is no teachings, temples of divinity.
They're scattered, but there are.
And the gods they do
people.
worship, do you know any of them? Could you recite them with their names?
Met one kid whose family worshipped that god of hope. What was his name? Started with a G. It's been so long.
George!
The god of hope.
Yeah.
And you see his face brightens. Are you talking about Gaxis?
Yeah, that's the guy.
His memory still lives.
In the hearts of few, I would guess.
Good. This is very, very good. Arcane detonation I know nothing of. But those that were chosen to be trustworthy enough to remain as the new pillars of divinity. They have done their part, and they are still serving their purpose. Thank you. And he leans back, and that kind of overbearing presence for a second seemed to be beginning to leak out before he regains his composure. And very similarly to what you saw before, you see he snaps his fingers, and the mobile throne once again seeps out of the floor. And same design as the one that you saw before. Um, and he sits down. He goes, would you all like to sit as well? I have a few more questions.
Sure. Kipling just crisscross on the floor.
No, by no means. And you see he snaps his fingers, and individual scales of the scaled pattern that forms the bottom of this throne room begins to slowly rise up one by one, like levitating off of the ground. And you can see each of them have these kind of thick tendrils underneath them that almost look like muscle or some sort of tissue that connects them to the floor itself. And they lift themselves up. The one that's just underneath you that you're crisscross on lifts off the ground. And three others for Mammoth, Mustang, and Duradon. Zyrus remains standing as just kind of like a couple feet off to the side, watching all of you, and Wave remains standing as well. Please tell me. First of all, excuse my manners. You probably already know my name. My name is Otrin Ramiskera. I am the Monarch of Dragons. Who exactly are all of you, and why were you chosen to come here?
Oh.
We talked to Mrs. Mischief, and now we all have really bad luck.
It's a very succinct way to put it.
So each of you, in one way or another, has bound yourselves to my sister, and now you bear her curse as well.
Yeah, part of it, I think.
Bingo. But
I understand.
there's more to it.
And
Go ahead.
I assume you did not exactly have a choice in this matter of coming here then. You seem
No.
confused as I am.
Well, it was this, or he was, well, or you were gonna set us on fire. So, we all kind of chose this.
Interesting. Did we have discourse beforehand?
Yeah.
Not much.
I am assuming it did not end well, if your fate was to the flames.
Not really.
Interesting. From the world that you come from, the time that you come from, excuse me. I don't exactly know how far away it is, as I don't know when this arcane detonation is going to occur. It is at least, suffice to say, somewhere, the bare minimum, 1,000 years into the future. You all still have ties to the weave, yes? Or any of you spellcasters?
Yeah, I don't know what that is though.
I assume you are not of the arcane persuasion.
No, I don't think.
But you are still a spellcaster.
Yeah, with like nature and stars and stuff.
You're a druid of the stars.
Yep.
Are you a child of the stars?
Uh, I don't know. Is that I'm supposed to stop this guy from falling out of the sky.
Oh,
So
I see.
I I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it most certainly does, thank you. It is a hard responsibility to bear, especially on a child, but I assume you're all friends, or at least part of the same group. Yes,
Correct.
that makes it slightly easier to bear. I've already seen it happen once. I'm sure you will be able to accomplish yours in your time, at least. Anyway. What was the last question that I asked? Oh, yes. The weave. Spellcasting is still intact, that is good. Magic is still intact, that is good. You said most of the world is gone. What do you mean by that? Did this plane itself destruct from this arcane detonation? Is it no more? Is it... try and describe its current situation to me.
It's broken. The continents and everything shifted and shattered, and the islands were being swallowed into just nothingness. We don't know what happened to them. But there was only one that never seemed to have an issue, and honestly, it was the one with the most powerful people on it. So whatever it was, I don't know. But everyone knew that was the safe spot.
And the name of this place?
Paradise Peak.
Oh my god, the music, perfect timing.
Yeah.
Saying, oh my god, chills. You see, there's a look of recognition upon hearing Paradise Peak. Interesting. I assume I am on that island when you met me.
I don't think you're quite on it. Ah,
Ooh,
I
what
don't.
do you mean by that?
I don't know. I mean, you're not on the island.
You're like on a giant mountain on top of it.
Yeah.
But you rule it.
That still classifies as being on it, as far as I am aware. If you're on the peak of something, you are still on.
Yeah,
Never
but it's
mind.
like, it's not physically possible for something like this to be on a peak of a mountain. So it's kind of like this
It certainly is.
thing that. Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the only island that does not shift, is Paradise Peak. The rest of the world is moving, disappearing.
A little bit of both.
I mean, there's
But
some
just-
places that people go, but I honestly don't No, she looks to mammoth and more Mustang, probably. Have any of them reappeared ever?
Never seen anything necessarily reappear in the sense that it's the same as it once was. I've seen things disappear and then reappear somewhere else, like at the bottom of the ocean, but
Oh.
never the same. Never quite the same.
Interesting.
There are other places that shift more slowly, but Paradise Peak is the most predictable of them all.
It is a fascinating time that you come from. Tell me this. What is the greatest threat that you have all faced from your time? At least your specific group.
Percy's dead.
Richard bastards.
Do you count?
Did we fight? I would be
It's more like
kind
a
of.
one-way obliteration.
It's the people running Paradise Peak.
I am not talking about any political or I meant if there is anything as a group that you had faced before, something that I could understand what you are capable of overcoming. With all due respect, I'm not interested in any squabbles you have with those from your time, as I would not know them.
We fought on the giant on. I think it's his pet, on the giant island.
You fought a giant island, or you fought on top of a giant island?
Both.
Well,
It was just a
it was
giant
on top of it.
island.
It was a living island called Mimic Island, and we didn't fight the island per se, but there was a lot of real awful things on top of it, and we fought those things. And that's actually how we got in cahoots with your
You're
sister.
joking.
I wish I was! I wish I was!
And all of you survived the island of mimics. You stand before me today, right now. I would assume
More or
that
less.
Some of us remade.
you lost some on it then.
We're here.
Mhm.
My condolences. That is impressive. I do not know if you had additional help from Mischief. But if you accomplished that on your own, that is nothing to scoff at. The children of... And he kind of stops himself and looks at you guys. With all due respect, you just know him as the monarch of mimics, correct?
Yeah, I guess.
Wonderful. The children of his mimicness, if you will, are powerful in their own right. It is surprising you lived an encounter with them, never mind defeated them, but he is something different entirely, so I am assuming you did not actually meet him or have discourse with him. Correct?
We did not.
Well, that definitely gives me a gauge of what you're capable of. And now you are here trying to find a way to what exactly? Just fix mischief.
Yep, that's about it.
That is what she tells me, but that is a very broad way of setting a goal.
Well, we didn't set it.
No, but I assume that he gave you some sort of guideline past that. Are you trying to cure her, or are you trying to control her?
Oh, fuck me if I know.
I thought we were supposed to be getting rid of our bad luck so that we don't mess up everybody else around us.
We have to help her, or something along those lines. I'm sure if we just thought about it for a little longer, we might come up with some alternatives. It's been. This past few hours have not been conducive to great ideas, but basically, to get rid of our bad luck, we need to help her control the chaos that she wields and that she brings with her wherever she goes.
It is understandable. Well, I am going to tell you this right now. Stating the obvious, any resources that you had from your prior time was most likely not going to be present now. And my palace isn't exactly a laboratory, so you're going to have to do this with your own devices. I will certainly not intrude or interrupt on any of your research, but I have many obligations, let's call it, at this current time. I will let you stay in the palace if you need to, but we will probably not see a lot of each other. From what Mischief has told me, you have a year to discover a fix, cure, way to control, whatever you like to call it. I would be fine with that year being spent here, or I can give you other places of where in this world you might be safe to conduct such research. Do any of you have questions that I might be able to answer?
I do. Do you guys?
Oh, but first, did you... I don't believe we exchanged names. I told you mine, but I don't know any of yours.
Mustang's drums. Pleasure to meet you again, Adrian.
I'm Mammoth. Hello.
Kipley. Hi.
You see Duradon kind of... Hi, I'm Duradon, and I think I'm gonna take a nap. And just kind of passes back out onto the floor. Duradon, Kipley, Mammoth, and Mustang. And Cyrus. It is a pleasure. Questions that you had? Yes. And he turns to Mustang.
So, given that you are capable of sending people back in time, at least in the future, do you have any knowledge about that sort of thing right now?
I admit in my current moment, if I know a period of time, I am able to travel to that place myself. I've never sent a group of individuals to a place in time before. And I have a very strong feeling that it is intentional that I am unable to send you back to any present point from which you have returned. The longest I have done is 500 years. I can try and stretch that a little bit, but I am just becoming what you would know as ancient for my kind. And it will take a few more 100 years to develop my understanding and control of my powers.
Do you
That's
know?
fine.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you know anything about the heralds?
He kind of gives you this weird look. What about them?
Do they exist in this time?
There is a group that I know by the name of the Heralds, yes.
So
They are worshippers of one of the few demigods I have allowed to exist on this plane.
Which one?
Well, a number of them fought with me in the war against their own parents. Some I brought from other realms, let's say. The one that I believe they were a part of was... He pauses for a moment. I believe Zitar. Yes, I believe it was Zitar. He was the son of the sea. Originally, there were many different gods and goddesses of nature. He was a son of... Well, you don't need to know the entirety of it. He took over the domain of water, ocean travels. Why do you ask? I assume they still exist in your time then.
Oh yes, very much
That
so.
is impressive. To last that many years on this realm is, what, impressive even if they do have long lineages.
Oh
It
yes,
is,
no, they gather quite a strong retinue, even almost godlike qualities.
and what exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, there's this one, actually two individuals that kind of led them. What was the one? Calamity, I think.
I know not of this name.
Well, she causes a lot more chaos than... She kind of glances over at Zyrus.
Any quarrels between yourselves and other humanoids from your time is between you and them. No offense, but it is not my duty nor my liking to intervene between such
No,
freedoms that have been bestowed upon you.
that makes sense. No, I get that. I mean, you do tell time by something that they do, a great calamity they bring, but I get it. They're just small. Unimportant.
I don't understand what you mean you tell time by there.
You know, after detonation, post-divergence.
Post-divergence, could not have been part of. The demigods were not allowed to be worshipped yet. Some
No,
of them were not even known.
but in the future, to a time you are not yet privy to.
You see my point. I am unaware of what you are speaking of, as it has not yet happened.
Right.
Is there a reason you're telling me this information, or are you simply trying to... what? Make me aware of this so that I might change something?
No.
Go
We're
ahead,
just
give me a
having a
charisma check.
conversation.
Go ahead, give me a charisma check. I will allow you to choose whether it's persuasion or deception.
Ugh. I think she's honestly just. I don't even know. Okay, I'm just. Oh, that should have been disadvantage, sorry. Okay. 21.
Jesus Christ. The only heralds I know are the heralds of Zetar. That is it. They are a larger group, yes, but I know no such things of oncoming calamities that are being planned.
Alright, well, we got sent back here to help, you know, your kin here do. Yeah, I was going to ask for suggestions, but that sounds pretty
They do a bit
shitty.
of a minute point if I
Yeah.
didn't already know back then.
Right. Okay.
Ever
I have more
since
questions.
you will let me finish first and then I will get to you. Ever since the divergence, mischief has only gotten worse. After the first couple of decades, it was minor things. Tsunamis, strange activities of otherworldly nature. Then I started to notice that she had influence over other powerful beings, even myself. I have tried many things, and what she has told me, I've even tried imprisoning her, splitting up her consciousness into 12 different aspects. A variety of methods that I am capable of, but nothing has worked up until this point.
You split her into 12 different things.
I haven't done it yet, so
Well, how do you know you did it?
she told me. And Zyrus kind of shrugs, goes, well, you did. I mean, I was in there for 500 years. That's how I met these lovely friends of mine. He kind of just points to her, like, kind of just the you see kind of look.
That is
I
so
don't know,
fucked
just taking
up.
her word for it. If a friend of yours, a beloved sibling, if they were alive but they could cause the end of the world, would you not lock them away to save the world?
No.
And frankly, that is a stupid and ignorant decision.
Well, Ghibli, like, barely keeps her response.
Yeah, yeah. There's a little bit of Megan squeeze in there. He goes, if I have to choose between the life of one or the life of millions, I already spent much blood fighting for your freedom. It is a small drop in a very large bucket to imprison her for but a few hundred years. That is nothing to us. We will not age, or we will not die of aging like most of you. So hopefully it was educational at the very least. But yes, you had a question.
So, more on the time travel thing, just because I wasn't. I had some further questioning. So, are we gonna like meet our past selves here if we go in the wrong direction? Does that cause any problems? How does this work?
From what I understand, an event that hasn't happened yet already has a post 700 years of experience past it. Unless any of you are ancient beings, I don't think that is going to be a problem.
Oh, just.
Now,
Oh.
I would advise against having children here, if you wish to see them grow old and die without your presence, or forming any lasting bonds with any locals you might run into. But, outside of that, I see no problem with you existing in the same realm within a different time period. Otherwise, I would have never sent you back to begin with. Other me wouldn't have sent you back to begin with.
Oh, Ghibli raises her hand.
Yes.
Does Ravenica exist here?
I've never heard of that name before.
There's no, like, mist cloud keeping people contained and bad things out?
Kinda gives you a weird look. Well, there's the remnants of ruin that is left behind, but besides that, no.
Remnants of ruin. What?
A battleground between the avatar of many divinity from Celestia and many of us, including the humanoids from this realm, was fought here on this very continent. And the fallout destroyed the land from which they were standing, and an ocean was born from it, one where mist rapidly grew out of the water itself. Creates a rather dangerous sea voyage, but no other major side effects have been noticed. No moving lands in between it or anything. Or wrapping people inside of it as far as I'm aware. I don't keep contact with the humans and their world very often. I try to stay out of it, as I have done for most of history.
What?
So it very well could, but
What do you do for entertainment here?
that is why I make a few friends along the way. And it kind of smiles and nods towards Wave. Wave just kind of looks over and goes, "Trust me, we do make friends along the way, but we pick up a bard every now and then for entertainment, and if it doesn't work out, well, there's books, and we have our own personal studies that we like to go into. All the time in the world to research, might as well invent a few new things, or further your understanding of things that already exist."
Is Haruma here?
No idea what that name is.
Laren.
Claret.
Now that's what I'm quite familiar with. He's not in the palace, but if you're asking if he exists, then yes.
Where is he?
I haven't the slightest damn clue. Not exactly my brother's keeper, but he's somewhere gallivanting off of his favorite hero of his.
He was a friend of ours from where we came from.
Really? You knew him?
Yeah.
Huh. So you've met one of the three of us already. Now two. Or one of you is Wielder. Or did you just pass by?
No, that one. Points towards the
You
dad.
point to Duradon, who is fully unconscious at the moment. Like,
Aw.
like you can see he is snoozing. He's out cold. He goes, interesting.
Yeah, he's had a rough day. But, wow,
Huh.
man, you should see him wielding Clarence. It's,
He doesn't have him on hand right now, so
like I said, it was a rough day.
he's still alive.
Oh, yes.
Good to know.
3 of you.
Yes.
Oh,
We were all carved from the same rock. Me, my brother, and my sister.
I'm not a very good listener. I just thought there were 2 of you. 3 of you, that's impressive.
No. Claire and I are known as twin blades because we were made of very similar properties. He controls stone and the earth, and I control the waves and the seas around it. Kind of go hand in hand. Our sister's a bit of a special case, I guess you could say.
Oh, what does she control?
If you haven't found it out already, I think it's better to be a surprise. If you do get the luxury of meeting her.
Is it fire?
Is it this guy?
Is it air? Is it the stars?
It's fun to hear you keep guessing. I'm not gonna tell you.
Is it like, you know, blood, bone?
You no. Why specifically bones? That would just be cruel.
Yeah, that's weird.
Also not really fitting the theme. Anyway, that I fear you have a clock ticking down and more important things to worry about. And I think that is very true. If you have any further questions, I will be here to answer them, but I feel that you have much to discuss on your own and much rest to get to.
That
Wave will show
sounds
you to
great.
your chambers, and I will be here for at least another week before I must leave. I'll
Thank
be
you.
gone for at least a month, but during that time I am sure Wave will be able to fill you in on anything else. And we will be able to drop you off anywhere that you may wish to go. Wave can retrieve a map, because this is probably a land that you don't recognize if what you say is true.
Oh, that would be incredible. Thank you.
Right then. Rest well. I will see you all in the morning.
Thank you for your
And the
hospitality.
throne falls back through the floor. And he turns and begins to almost glide out of the room. Does anyone here have a passive insight of 15 or higher?
I do.
15.
Yes.
Mammoth? Hipley? Mustang? Is
Nah,
that it?
just 14.
So, Mammoth and Kipley, you both notice that not hidden very well. Ultron, at least from what you can tell just through body language and based off the conversation that you had alone, and based on your comment of how, what do you do for entertainment, probably think this is one of the more entertaining things that's happened of recent, and this is going to be, at the very least, a event of interest for both him and Wave, as he kind of very happily, almost glides his way out of here. As he makes his way over towards the doors, you see Wave kind of in a hurry, skirts his way around and opens them for him, and then closes them behind as Uldren exits. And it's now just you guys, Zyrus and Wave, left alone in the throne room.
Well, I'm exhausted. It would be great if we could just, pass out for a bit.
Would you all like to share one room, or would you like separate rooms? I don't know exactly how you... It kind of just looks at all of you.
I mean, whatever is being offered is fine with us.
No, I just
Separate.
didn't know what you preferred. There you
Okay.
go, separate. Separate can be done.
Yeah, no, separates worked so well for us in the past.
I'll bring your big friends to a nice place to rest, but in the meantime, show you around.
Oh, I'll be staying in the room with him.
Oh. I see. Kind of gives you a little bit of a mischievous grin.
She shrugs.
Very well then. And as you say that, Cyrus kind of goes, actually, I think I will also be staying in the same room as him.
Great. I was hoping.
If that is fine with you, Kipling.
Oh, I love company.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Which is funny, because at this point you still don't know if you're talking to Zyrus or Mischief.
Yeah.
And I see she smiles at you and goes, very fun. Well, shall we? And he leads you to separate rooms for Mammoth and Mustang first. The rooms that you get are, to put it in the most simple of terms, each room is about the size of a small house. At least the interior. Each is at the bare minimum, at least the size of like a tavern. Inside, each has equipped with its own facilities. There are private chefs in each of the rooms. There is baths in each of the rooms, some of which are heated. But here's the fun thing. Mustang and Mammoth, go ahead and roll me a d4, each of you.
Four.
Four.
God damn it,
Higher.
roll again. Roll again.
Both of us?
Oh man.
One.
One.
Oh my gosh!
Roll it. Okay, you know what? Both of you roll me a d20.
One. Oh.
Roll me a d20.
18.
Okay, 18. Surely you won't get an 18.
15.
Okay, thank fuck. I was just trying to do a fun tiebreaker. My bad. Just started on the d20 first.
No fun allowed.
Didn't realize your d4 luck was synced up like that.
Our cycles, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, our cycle.
Sure, that's one way of putting it. Mammoth, you get your room first.
Mhm.
And as you are led inside, and you're left to your lonesome, just going around and exploring, it was harder to see inside the throne room because the throne room's windows and kind kind of large mosaic displays were so far high up that the light coming in was really the only thing that was visible through them. But inside the interior of room, you do have a bedroom, you do have a common room, lounge room, bathroom, all of the luxury commodities you could really ask for. And going to the bedroom, you do see there is a large window that leads outside. And you specifically have gotten used to it more than the others. And funny enough, the other two who are actually with us at this moment really would be rather unaware to it for different reasons. But your stomach has been kind of feeling a little bit off ever since you arrived. Kind of like it's been tugged a little bit since you got thrown through the portal. And you could just kind of pass it off for any number of reasons, really. But as you get to your room and look outside, you see Megan getting thrown off a plane for saying you're pregnant. No, in fact, you see clouds. You see clouds and a large skyline. And you recognize the feeling as you are one of the very few people in this group who has consistently been not just flying of their own accords, but has been using an item to do so, and so has had something else carry the inertia for them. And as you look out, not only do you see clouds, but you see wings. Very, very, very large wings flapping ahead of you. And you kind of look both ways and you can see off into the clouds, kind of covered by them. There is very clearly detailed scaly formations off both in front and behind you, and it goes until you really can't see anymore. Now, go ahead and make me a perception check. I think your passive already is like 19, right?
18.
18, okay. It's already pretty high.
Wow.
Let's see if you can get above that. For any more details.
Oh my
20
God.
fucking 6. Looking out, the size of the wing that you see, and going off your kind of pretty abnormal eyesight as someone who's been kind of living in the wilderness for most of their life, you've adapted to not necessarily needing any sort of street lights or any clear atmosphere for being able to make out finer details. You approximate that the wingspan on this side is probably anywhere between a mile to a mile and a half long.
Oh my God.
And looking down towards what you think might be a tail, you can't see the end of it. Now, you roll a 26, so I'm going to allow you an opportunity for this. Go ahead and make me, I will allow either an insight check with a DC of 25, or you can make me a straight intelligence check. We're going to call it a DC of 18.
I think both of those are... Oh no, I'm doing intelligence.
Intelligence, that is.
It was right on 18.
You do have inspiration if you want to use it.
I don't care.
Okay. I'm going to make a note of that.
Okay.
So when you eventually find out about it a year from now, put that Ryan doesn't care. Okay. No, I'm just fucking with you. But yeah, it's just a small detail. You notice you're on the back of some sort of beast. And I was rolling because Mustang, you see the same thing when you go to your room, as does all of you. But I thought it'd be fun to see who gets to find it out first.
He's on the back of it?
Yeah, palaces.
What
Oh, I get it. Got it.
You are on top of it.
Got it.
You are
Caught
all
up.
on the back of it.
Caught up.
We are in the back of it. You're eventually brought to your rooms. And you see Wave gives each of you a bell. Just a little silver bell, and says, if you ever need anything, or for some reason any sort of other time weirdly related business pops up that requires Ultra'Rise presence, just ring this and I will come as fast as I can. Good night.
Oh wait, but like we're taking this with us outside of here, or just while we're here?
While you're in the palace.
Oh, okay.
I mean, technically it does work outside the palace, but I can't fly, nor can I rapidly teleport places, so it wouldn't be of much use.
Really?
I'm a sword. I don't really have a whole lot of capabilities outside of when I'm being wielded.
Oh, I think
You
you're
should
quite
know that if
magical
you-
on your own.
I am very magical, yes, in many, many ways. But magic has its limits. I'm flattered you think so highly of me, though. If you need anything, you know how to find me.
She holds up the bell, accidentally ringing it, and like tries to stifle it for a moment. Sorry.
You need something?
No, sorry. I'll careful. I'll be careful.
All right, then. Good night.
Night.
And he leaves all of you to your own. Is there anything that you would like to do while you are either preparing for sleep, before sleep, during sleep? Anything that you would like during sleep? Anything that you would like to do before we close off this evening?
Yes.
Ooh, we
You
got
go
a few.
first.
Hey, we go in order.
Well, this
Mustang.
might be kind of crazy sauce. So if you've got something
Ooh, no.
you want to do,
Oh,
go
boy.
ahead.
By all means, Mr. Crazy Sauce, let's hear it.
Mammoth, are you sure you don't want to go first?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
I was just gonna talk to Kipley, but
Oh, go.
I'm-
you should
I'm-
do that first. You guys
I'm
should do
quite-
that first.
okay.
Okay.
Uh.
Mammoth,
Yeah.
you go outside of your room, you're going to try and find Kipley?
Mhm.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me a... Oh. I don't know if it will technically roll this, but I think it might. Go ahead and roll me a D50. If you just type it into Roll20, I think it
Oh,
actually
boy.
will roll.
I don't know the command. I'm just gonna use Google.
I think it's
Sure.
That Google
It is
can
exclamation
suck my
point.
ass. Okay, what's the command?
exclamation mark R space D 50.
It didn't put anything.
I think it's slash on Roll20.
Oh.
Oh, on
R.
roll 20. I'm sorry. I was thinking
Yeah.
Discord.
2. Wait, no. Oh,
Two is
no.
mine. I was doing an example. Yours is 16? Cool. It takes you 16 doors. In total, probably about like 30 minutes of walking around, just trying to find her by yourself. But eventually, you do come to one of the doorways that has light underneath it. And after knocking and opening the door, one of the servants on the inside goes, "Yes, can I help you?"
I'm looking for Kipley.
Yes, she is inside. Can I pass on a message, or are you here to see her?
I would like to talk to her
Right.
outside of the room.
I will see if she is able to be fetched at the moment. Please hold. She closes the door. And you hear it lock. and the footsteps walking away. And a few moments later, Kipley, you hear a separate knock on your bedroom door. Actually, good question. Are you in your bedroom door? Are you in your bedroom door? Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry. Are you in your bedroom at the moment, or would you be in the common room? Because I remember you are with Cyrus and Duradon. She would not share. The bedroom is technically big enough for all of you. Because the bed is a good like 25 feet wide. But she would be staying with Duradon in the common area on like one of the large lounge couches. So if you're on your lonesome or with them, that is up to you.
I think probably she's probably in the common room on some whatever lounge chair, couch, whatever floor,
Sure.
keeping an eye on him.
Yeah. Just kind of sitting on one of the chairs across the room, you see this beautiful, kind of younger looking elven woman kind of knock on the door frame as she approaches. He goes, Kipley, was it? There's a
Mm.
young child here who's asking to speak with you outside.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like,
Would you like me to tell him a different time, or?
nope. She kind of rolls out of the couch, shakily walks towards the door. Wrong door. Okay. Walks to the right one. Oh, Mammoth. Hey. Are you
Hi.
alright?
I think so. I just wanted to see what you thought about this whole thing, and also if you were thinking the same thing as I was. Because I thought that we were just gonna go, and we were gonna not talk to Mischief in the first place. But now we're
yeah.
like way far back,
Hold.
and we have to
She,
come up with a solution.
puts her hand on your mouth for a moment. Okay, stop. Come here. She grabs your hand and takes you to I guess a side room. Possible side bedroom where we possibly could
Mammoth
have.
asked to speak with you outside in the hall.
She drags him
Correct.
in.
Right, Mammoth?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're just in a large hallway by yourselves right now.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is kind of fucking insane. This is not at all what I thought we were. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this.
Yeah, I thought that based on the talk we had with the dragon, that it was obvious we didn't have any idea what to do. And so
Yeah.
I thought we were just gonna go and not talk to her in the first place and keep her sealed, and then not get all of this bad luck and just start from there. Which I think sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. It does seem kind of odd, you know, I can't disagree. Like, a mischief of. Oh, I'm sorry, monarch of mischief, you know, chaos. And then the monarch of dragons, like, I think they're supposed to be more lawful. Sending a bunch of chaos creatures to try and fix chaos and mischief. It seems really weird.
Right.
I think it was more just punishment. I feel like this is maybe, you know, his way of entertainment, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know. I I didn't think that we had to figure out what to do when the ancient dragon couldn't. I feel like that's kind of unfair. And so I thought he was just gonna give us a redo.
She kind of looks at you for a moment, a little bit of taken aback. Oh, do you feel different?
I have no idea what you mean.
So, not to be insensitive, but the time we came from, a lot of the druids had been, you know, murdered and killed. I
Right, by
assume.
Duradon.
Yeah, I assume here, though, they're probably very well and living. Like, do you feel any different kind of connection? Because nothing's broken here.
No. I never really knew about all that until several months ago anyway.
Okay, I feel like you should maybe try.
Okay. Why?
Because where we came from, nature was fucked up, completely broken.
Mm-hmm.
But here, it's not. So, your connection to it might be vastly different.
Maybe. What's your point?
I love you.
I love you as well.
I don't suppose I really have a point beyond that. So, yeah, I don't know what it is we're supposed to do. I think, maybe just sleeping on it would be a good idea. Honestly, we've really been kind of out of control for the last, since we've gotten together.
Right.
I think kind of our MOs are just stumble through it, take it as it comes, try to survive and not fuck things up further.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to start over, because I like have seen a whole bunch of stuff since then, and now maybe I could do better.
You have. You really... You have.
Also, I don't really want to die in the future, so that's part of it as well.
I mean, are you okay dying in the past?
I mean, I don't think so, but I think if we...
I don't know why I asked that. It was a stupid question.
That's alright.
Okay. We'll figure it out. We have a year.
Right.
We can't fuck up mischief any worse than she is, right? I mean, surely
Yeah.
at some point it has to, balance out.
You both hear a voice inside your head.
Right. Hello?
I'm not fucked up in the slightest, just to be clear. And second off, If you want, we could just have a group meeting. You're saying this right outside the door, and we can still hear you.
Yes, but you weren't invited.
Doesn't change the fact that I hear everything.
Well, maybe turn it off. It's rude.
It's not exactly something that I can turn off. Also, it's not rude. It's just something that I can, just part of our connection.
Alright, fine, you can hear it. You are
yes.
fucked up.
Sorry. I didn't really... Well, no, I did mean it. But...
Oh, but not making a pact with me to begin with? No, 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 no. You can ask to save yourselves. I doubt that he's going to do so. If you wait an entire year just to do that, though.
Oh, what, from the monarch? No. That would never work.
I mean, that's my point.
Oh, that's our point.
No, it sounded like you were pretty set on trying to just get rid of me. At least Mammoth was.
Right.
I do take small offense, child.
I
I
mean,
thought we got along together.
We did, but I didn't know that you were putting
Did?
all of this voodoo on us. And so now I'm a little upset about that.
You wound me. To be fair, your lives have been far more interesting since you've come into contact with me. And also, it's not exactly something I can control. You reached out to me first. Not
No,
like
I
meant
didn't.
to do any of it. You did. When you first unlocked my idol in order to attain my power.
Yeah, but you could have told us.
I really couldn't. I was imprisoned. You risked the unknown to gain
But
power.
after
You
that-
gained power. Surely I could. Would you have listened?
Yeah.
You barely listened when I already told you.
If you said that the dragon guy was gonna kill us, I wouldn't have done it. I would have left.
And to be fair, I did warn you about threats many times before.
everyone warns about
Right,
threats.
but things that we could do stuff about.
Well, technically, I did give you this opportunity to do something about it. Would you prefer to be dead? Scorched
No.
and ashes?
But
No?
that's not a positive thing.
Then clearly I am trying to aid you, because I could have just watched you die, and I didn't.
Here's
You're
the
very
thing.
welcome for that.
You're not supposed to be aiding us. We're supposed to be aiding you at this point. So how about giving us a little bit of space so we can talk it out and
I
figure
think
out
you
how
misunderstand,
we can help
and that's
you?
why I was trying to interrupt, dearest Kipley. You don't have to cure me. I am not diseased. I am
No.
myself. That is it. You just need
Not
to
kill
cure
you.
yourselves. Not kill, cure.
No,
Jesus.
we don't want to
I don't see
cure
this.
you or kill you. We want to help. Yes, we want to save ourselves. We want to help you, save ourselves, and maybe, kill them Renels while we're at it.
If you
Right.
can
Yeah, I didn't want
find
to
a
just throw
living
you
Renel
out.
at this point, that would be impressive enough. Never mind killing
No,
them.
that's future goals.
Oh no. I surely picked up on what you were putting down when you were talking to Aldrin. You are so very bold asking about such things. I don't think it's behind you to try and kill a family lineage rather in the past. Elves live for a very long time. Surely he has family here. Just remove a bloodline if you wanted.
I don't think that's a good idea
Stop
either.
the arcane detonation from happening? All thoughts that have gone through your head? Oh, I think it has.
Are you saying they caused it?
No. I'm
Then
just saying the two
no.
separate things that you really hate. You would like if they did do that, though, so you could hate them more.
Yes.
Fascinating. You really hate the Renel boy. And you are both very much the same.
I hate his family. And yes, I hate how similar we are. That's not why we're talking. And she, like, through the air, like, swipes her arm. Get out.
Arm flails. Listen, I'm just saying, if we were having a conversation about your futures, I think I do have a right to be involved in it in some small part, considering all our lives hang in the balance.
There's this thing called privacy. And sometimes people just need to unload and vent and talk things out without other people being involved. It doesn't necessarily determine our future plans. It's just we gotta get shit out.
Very well. Feel free to expel from your bodies all of the shit you need to get out. But just keep in mind, all of us are intertwined in this. And while you may not like it, you've enjoyed my benefits multiple times where you could have died before.
True.
Keep that in mind going forward. Especially you, child. Before you resent the life that you wouldn't even have had to begin with, without my help.
Does this sound like Cyrus's voice or like...
They're very close.
Okay.
You can make me an insight check if you like. If you're trying to discern whether it's more of Mischief's, more of Cyrus's.
Whoppa. Yeah, no.
12? Unsure. And now that you're hearing them speak for an extended period of time, it is hard to tell if there's two voices that are kind of succinct, or if Cyrus's voice has been the Monarch's, or if the Monarch's has been Cyrus's this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of having like a mini existential crisis of trying to determine what percentage of British has Cyrus been, and Mischief has been, trying to put the tones of the accents together. 12, you're unsure.
Kibley turns back to Mustang.
Mammoth.
Mammoth. Mama.
Welcome back to Mama.
You're upset with Calamity or the entire situation.
Yeah.
How did you... What did you envision when you joined our group to begin with? I know we kind of all did it at the same time, but... Well, at varying times, but...
I just thought we were gonna go on adventures and stuff.
And... What is it you imagined an adventure to be?
Going around and I guess helping people and doing it for money and having cool stories to tell.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, you know, I never got that impression of you, though. You don't really strike me as the adventuring type. You... She kind of taps your nose a bit. You've always struck me as someone beyond that. Someone more... I don't mean to sound pretentious, but more legendary. Someone that cascades time.
Right. I don't know how to what to do with that information.
No,
But
you don't have to.
I just all of a sudden met a bunch of cool people and was kind of just, we were just doing whatever we wanted, and it was fine enough. And then now it turns out that everything that we did was just kind of wrong, and it turns out that people shouldn't just do whatever they want whenever they want. And so now I feel like this lady just roped us into it, even though she saved our lives, and now is gonna hold it over my head for 1,000 years.
So, I think it's perspective is very important here. It very much seems like we're under the boot of some very powerful people pretty consistently, you know? I'm not gonna lie, I am pretty pissed off quite a lot. However, at the same time, how many people get to actually interact with this many fucking monarchs, much less sleep in their mansion in the peak of the sky and then travel through time? Do you think the Renells have done that? Fuck no, they haven't. Yeah.
It wouldn't really surprise me, but sure.
What
I
I'm
see what you mean.
saying is, we're not really the, simple adventurer types. We're the type that get into trouble, stir up shit, cause problems for everyone, and probably make really drastic changes to the world.
I guess.
Here's the thing though. Whether we make good changes or not is kind of why we need each other to stick together, so we can smack each other's over the head when we're making really stupid decisions.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would have been cool to just do kind of the stuff that Duradon does, instead of getting mixed up in giant islands and castles on the backs of dragons.
Well, you also have to remember Duradon also helped cause a genocide of your people, so just, keep that in mind.
Right. I meant for vassal work.
Vassal work.
That seemed good enough for me. Which is kind of what I signed up for.
Yeah, this is a bit much. I get it. Look, if it's any consolation, I think Mustang and I are both really trying to get you out of this.
Well, I don't want to get out.
I'm not sure I follow.
I want to keep hanging out with you guys.
But we aren't the monster of the week bored type. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but maybe we could be. If we didn't have all this bad luck.
Yeah. And you think getting rid of mischief We'll do that. We'll solve that.
I think it's a start. I think maybe it's a, a learning experience because I would obviously, if I didn't know everything that I know now and I travel back in time, I'd probably just do the same stuff. But now that I do know, I know how to behave in the future. And so I think that if I had the ability to go back with all that I know now, I would be able to control what I do more.
There's no
Because I
going
didn't really
back.
know what I was doing. But now I do. And so, yeah.
Well, then you know more than I do. I never know what I'm doing.
Well, me too, but I know what I don't want to do.
She just kind of rests a hand on Mammoth's shoulder. We'll get you back. We'll get all of us back. And when we do, we'll hit that adventurer's board and give you the chance to forge that life you want.
Okay.
It's gonna be alright. You just gotta, roll with the chaos and the lawful and just kind of take it as it comes. 'Cause there's a shit ton of just, bullshit coming down the line, and I think we're just... No, we're... You know what, Mammoth? I feel like your time is coming to really step up. I think you've been training under Mustang, really learning from them.
Yeah, but I think he's mad at me now.
So what?
I don't know.
Why would he be mad at you?
Because I told all the guards that we killed a bunch of people, and I thought that I was supposed to be telling the truth, but apparently there's more to it than that.
Well, you know what? You told the truth, and I don't really see a problem in that, other than not everyone wants their truth spoken. And sometimes you have to learn when the truth is actually healthy to share. Because not everyone's ready to hear the truth. They just simply want to hear what they want to hear. And if what you're speaking doesn't match what they want, it tends to shatter the reality. It's a skill you kind of learn. I'm not really there yet either. She kind of nudges him a bit with her elbow.
Well, we'll learn together, I guess.
Are you sure you want to stay alone in your bedroom? You can come stay with us.
I don't know. I might walk around and see what's up.
Be careful.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. She kind of stands at the door watching for a long moment before she slides back inside.
Okay. So, ma'am, if you're gonna try and wander the halls a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for anything like in particular, but just like I don't know. More so going on a walk than exploring.
How long do you walk for? Roughly.
45 minutes.
Eventually, you end up roughly around like the 20-minute mark, wandering the long halls that this palace encompasses. As you're kind of going by a series of large windows that overlook the now um, kind of you don't know exactly what time that you got here. You don't know what like physical time of day it was. But it does look like it's starting to get around evening, to late evening for like 7-ish o'clock. And you can see the sun fully set. And dim enough lighting in here so where you can see the hallway, but you don't actually see, but just hear the sound of a voice behind you go, "Are you looking for something in particular, or are we just enjoying a fine evening walking through an unknown palace by yourself?"
Uh, the second one.
Right. A word of advice: maybe don't go wandering where you shouldn't on the first day. You
All
have
right, that's
Monarch's blessing, but that is not an invitation to wander behind closed doors. Wouldn't want you getting lost.
yeah, okay. That seems fair.
Would you like me to show you back to your room?
Sure.
Follow me.
Mm-hmm.
You see Wave brings you on a 15-minute walk back to your room. As you does, you realize you don't, ever since you got here as well, you haven't passed another person. There appears to be elves inside of each of your individual rooms, but no actual like housekeepers or any kind of servants about the hall. And you can see as you're starting to get to the hallway, you recognize where your door is. Wave goes, "Tell me something." How does a kid your age get caught up in all of this?
Uh, by accident, mostly. By home sank. And then I sort of got involved with uh, the. I don't really know how to explain it because I don't think they exist yet. But I made it to Paradise Peak, and then I fought with Kipley
Hmm.
and some other people who aren't around right now. And then I just kind of followed them, and now I'm here. Obviously, there's more to it, but that's most of it, I guess.
Still, you seem weirdly calm for a kid.
I guess. I've never really been one to freak out about stuff.
Kind of stares at you for a few seconds. You see, in the now darkened interior of the hallway, as the kind of moonlight begins to wash through the windows, the darker blue and the more like twinkling elements of Wave's skin kind of begin to reveal themselves in the darker lighting. You can see that kind of like glint of almost starlight behind his eyes as he kind of looks down. You said that you were a druid earlier of stars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ever meet any of your people before? Where you come from?
No. But it's because most of them are dead.
Yeah, I thought so.
Why did you think that?
Most druidic communities don't allow children to leave so young. Never mind going to adventuring.
Oh.
Or whatever the hell you want to call this. I think that's a little past the qualifications of going on an adventure.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm familiar with the, at least current, circle of the stars.
Do you know a guy named Bruce?
That is so unspecific. I no idea what that is. Who that is.
That's alright.
There's
He's like
probably hundreds of thousands of Bruces. Actually, no, Bruce is not a common name.
Bruce is a frog, I think. But I don't know if he used to be. And he's supposed to help me with the whole sky problem. And I guess my grandpa knew him as well. I don't really know. But I was just wondering if you knew anything.
Constellations can take many forms, kid. I'm not that close that I know all of them.
Alright, that's alright. A constellation, you said?
Yeah. Stars form patterns. They can sometimes look like objects, people, or animals, and call them constellations.
Oh. No, he's not made out of, well, maybe he's made out of stars, but he's like real and hops around and doesn't live in the sky.
Oh. Like, so he's like an actual frog.
No, yeah, like that's how I got to Paradise Peak. Is because my island sank and then he carried me all the way there.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing.
I can see. Yeah, I guess it's quite the story.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to. I feel like I have to check, just out of, you know, I don't even know what to call it. You're here on, like, your own will, right?
More or less.
No one forced you to travel with these people at all, or you never got held hostage or anything like that.
Not by these people. They're my friends.
That just seems so strange.
That's what people keep saying, which I
I,
get.
yeah, yeah, I can see why. Not very common that kids get wrapped up in this kind of thing. I mean, this kind of thing isn't very common to begin with, but you know,
Yeah.
I think you can see the point where most people wouldn't get the point, and that's concerning.
Right. It's normal to me because it I went from living almost alone on an island to doing all this stuff, but
Right.
I'm I'm not all the way dumb.
It's not about being dumb. It's about having experience in the world, understanding how it works.
Right. Yeah, I'm getting there. I think.
How old are you?
8.
Dear gods. Listen. I don't know about the rest of them, but if you ask nicely enough, Ultra may just let you off the hook. I'm not saying that, you know, he would be able to bring you back to your time, but he might be able to go drop you off at Westeros. You can live out your life, meet other druids, and maybe some far distant relative of yours. I mean, hell, he might even, you know, give you your own islands or something. It just feels really weird to kill a kid for getting looped up into something you didn't know about.
Right. I don't know. It's a lot to think about.
Just saying, you don't need to go down with the ship here. I mean, your friends, well, adults, people often crave power and knowingly get themselves into situations like this because of it, but you are... I think that doesn't apply to you in the same way. At least it shouldn't.
Well, I can either abandon all of them and live a normal life, or I could try to help them and get whatever happens to them happen to me. And I don't
Listen,
know which one I want.
I don't know if there's gonna be much help in them. Mischief is like a force of nature, and you can't really change nature. You can only
Yeah.
kind of bend to her will.
Well,
Just
we'll see what happens in a year.
think about it.
Hmm.
Eh, Try not to wander off in the middle of the night.
Okay,
You
yeah,
said
sorry
you're
about that.
welcome here, but I wouldn't want you running into anything that you couldn't handle.
Yeah.
Alright, You have the bell. You can ring for me as well if you need anything.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to go now.
See ya.
Don't do anything stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of walks off. Anything else that you would like to do before you go to bed, Mammoth?
Nah.
All right. As two of you go off to your separate rooms, we go over to Mr. Sandman. In this case,
Drums.
man.
Bring me a dream. Bum, 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 bum.
Tell me all the fucked up stuff we can see. What
Bum, 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 bum.
would Mustang Strums like to do this not so fine evening?
Well, first, in this time, he will take advantage of all the amenities his room has to offer, but eventually he's going to get bored. The night is long, and he is restless. And he's going to do exactly what Mammoth did and start walking around. He's specifically going to be on the hunt for anything that looks like an instrument that he could play.
You're going to be looking for an instrument that you can play?
Yeah. And you know what? He'll take the bell with him if he can. It's not like attached to the wall, is it?
No, it's a small object you can carry on your person. It's
Right.
It looks like a dinner bell.
He's going to try and handle this himself, but if things get dicey, he better have that bell on.
Okay. Go ahead and make me what I call as an investigation check. You're not like looking for someone to ask about this too. You're just looking if you can find an
Yeah, he's
instrument
not-
somewhere.
He's kind of also giving himself a tour at the same time. It's a very leisurely pace. It's not frantic. He's not hiding from anyone. He's kind of just fucking about.
Sure. Go for it.
How many inspiration dice do we have again? 2?
Good time to ask too.
Yeah, you know what? I'll use one of them. It's getting late. Okay. Please don't. Oh, yes! A natural 20.
Whoa.
Natural 20?
Yes. Please, an acoustic guitar.
Electric
please.
guitar.
Give me a moment. I have
Super epic.
to look
Acoustic
up.
guitar. Maybe another harmonica. That's technically an instrument, right?
I have to go look up. You're not finding a Primonica here. No, I have to go.
It's
I have to
probably
go
not
to
even made yet.
Compendium real quick.
It's the prime Monica. It exists throughout time.
Really
You're right.
doesn't.
The Lulu is the Solulu.
If you want to start wandering into your own mind, that's very dangerous territory.
That's actually on the agenda.
Jesus Christ. Uno momento, per favor. I know it exists. I simply have to remember the exact name.
Monica Prime.
Definitely not what I'm thinking of, but nice try. Okay.
Maybe it's like the dyed Monica, so it's 2 instead of 1.
Die.
Definitely not that. Ah, there we go. I would like you to go ahead and roll me a... Go ahead and roll me a d8.
Sir, yes, sir. A 6
6.
for the 6.
You wander the halls for a very, very long time. You're probably wandering for about 45 minutes to an hour, same as Mammoth. We're going to call this later in the evening because of the restlessness and you're not needing to sleep, just doing mundane activities, which includes walking in a peaceful environment. You take some time to start going into the upper levels of the palace. And you stumble upon a set of open doors that lead into a smaller chamber than most of the others that you've run into. As you enter, you can see it is a carpeted showroom where a vast number of various different items are being shown off. Some of which you notice some gnarly looking weapons. You see a variety of swords, scimitars, spears, shields, sets of armor. You see bags, some of which you're very familiar with in the form of bags of holding. You see rings, necklaces, jewelry, all of which are in their own cases and showcases. And on the back wall, mounted up onto it in its own case, you see harp. One of the largest harps you've probably seen. Because harp normally, you're only going to be seeing about maybe 2.5 feet tall for like the size of like a larger harp. This, like the casing alone, it takes up the entirety of the wall almost. And you can see this is probably one of the most elegant pieces of equipment you've ever seen for in your at least bardic side of life. 'Cause it's mainly been a whole lot of killing, a whole lot of less amicable lifestyles, and with that comes a little less of the luxuries of life, including the luxury of seeing like orchestras or any kind of larger performances. You have actually not, in your lifetime, most likely not seen many harps. So this is one of the few, we'll call it. And in the room besides that, you notice two others. You see a mandolin, and you see a lute. To its left and right. There are no labels in the room, but you can immediately take notice of those free instruments on your little hunt.
Okay.
As for its design, that I can go ahead and post in game visuals.
Oh boy, this is serious.
Well, natural 20, you're gonna get something out of it. We're just gonna call it question mark for now until, since you don't know the name.
Wow, very pretty.
I'll find one for the mandolin as well. Yeah. Outside of that, the walls are kept very clean. There are banners with symbols that you have not a singular clue what they mean and or whose allegiance they're from. And 90% of the doors in this palace are locked.
Man, that harp is huge.
It
Yeah.
is massive. It takes up the majority of this wall. you guess is probably like 5-ish feet tall, maybe 4.5.
Mustang, he kind of walks from side to side inspecting the arc, and he kind of gives it a wolf whistle, but then he's like, damn, Ultron, a little on the nose, ain't it? And he'll kind of pay the same respects to the lute and the mandolin, but he will not touch any of these instruments because he cannot play any of them.
Proficiency, proficiency.
Yeah, I guess at this point, if he's gonna be in a room that has all the instruments worth seeing, it's gonna be this one. So he's gonna ring that bell.
You bring it. You bring it while you're still in the room.
Yeah. He's testing the acoustics in there. But it's good.
It's pretty decent. A few moments go by before you hear the voice of Wave appear behind you once more. Interesting place to find you in, Mr. Strums. How exactly may I help you?
Wave. Reliable. Well, you see, I'm in a bit of a predicament here. I am a bard, and I have found myself without any instruments. And I was trying to find if you guys had any spares laying around, but all of these seem quite the opposite of spares.
Right. I'm afraid we don't have many mundane instruments lying about. I'm sure I can find something of less worth than this. What are you looking for?
Do you got any guitars? Any kind of air guitars? A little bit?
I am afraid we don't carry many musical instruments aboard the palace. At least none that would be shared with you. Go ahead and make me an insight check.
Oh, what? Yes, please. A 12.
Well, you got inspiration if you want.
I don't know. How late are we planning on going?
Let's put going like probably 12:30.
Ooh.
What's that?
I don't want to go too
9:30.
late.
I'm trying to do math here, guys. I'm sorry. I think you're 3 hours ahead of me.
Like
Yeah,
an
That's an
hour.
hour.
An hour
An
max.
hour. No, I feel like there might be something more important I could use it on, especially since I'm trying to get myself a new focus.
Alright. So what was the total?
12.
12. You notice at the bare minimum, there's something weird about that statement.
Yeah.
You're unsure which. To your own devices on that, but um, I will see if I can procure something by the morning.
Oh, would it help if I gave you some other options? You seemed really weird and hesitant about that for some reason.
If you could give me a few, I'm sure I could get at least one of what you desire.
All right, well, I can play the harmonica, and I can play the viol as well, and I can play a little bit of the banjo, but ideally, guitar. I am best on the guitar. My spells will be most potent that way.
Right.
Why are you being
Do
so
my
strange
best.
about this?
I'll do my best to find at least one. I have
Okay.
no idea what you mean. I'd be very careful about going into showrooms like this. Automatic procedure, and spells to deter wandering hands for thieves that might sneak into here don't really have any notice of why you're here. I would hate for you to be turned into a squid on such short notice.
I appreciate the warning wave. Thank you.
Of course. He stays in the room with you. He does not
Oh.
leave.
Well, I mean, so can you tell me about any of these instruments? Specifically that one? And he points at the dragon harp.
I'm sure that His Majesty wouldn't mind sharing some of the lore. This is known as a Olamha harp. Despite its appearances, it is not in fact crafted outside of a dead dragon. It is carved in the resemblance of one of my liege's favorites. The pearlescent gem drake. It is not from this realm, actually. It's from an entirely different, well, plane of existence altogether, but the sound that it makes when it exudes a breath weapon is almost like striking a chord. So he wanted to have a harp made in its image. He hired some of the best craftsmen across the world, both this one and others, and they eventually spent, I think, 20 or so years gathering the materials to craft this beauty. It, of course, has its perks on the magical side. It's those bards who are worthy enough to wield it can cast a number of spells that exceed what they would normally be able to. It has an effect where those that can play it with proficiency can charm the hearts of others that listen, at least in a nearby radius. Makes them more susceptible to things that you might suggest or say. And outside of that, well, it was really just a gift from myself to Aldrin.
Wow. That's a very generous gift. You guys must be really, really, really close.
We've spent most of our lives together. And considering there's only so many people on this flying bunch of scales, it's nice to do something for someone every now and then. Just as a reminder. I'm sure you're aware of that, though. You've probably lived for a long time, haven't you? I
Long
don't
enough.
know if living counts. I'm not exactly sure. Being a undead ghost counts as living.
Well, certainly not dying, so maybe somewhere in between.
Existing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like you, right? You were made,
Ooh,
not exactly born.
careful with your words, Music Man.
Oh, that's my bad. Didn't realize it was a touchy subject.
If one does not know the origins of the other, it's a little rude to presume. In the same way, I don't presume that I don't know, crawled out of a cigarette butt.
That's a good one. That's good. All right, you're right. My bad. Been a long day. Gotta mind my manners. Damn, this makes me feel sad for Clarence.
In what way?
He doesn't have it so great in the future.
It didn't sound like it.
That's really. I wonder if we could do anything to help him now. Since we're all the way back here. Yeah, it's a damn shame what he goes through.
Unfortunately, I am not exactly capable of reaching into my future self to assist him. Could you tell me exactly what happened to him?
That would really be a better question for Duradon, but we've had a few conversations with Huruma. Or, I mean, Clarence, my bad.
It's fine.
Sounds
Many
like-
different wielders give him different names.
Sounds like he's ends up with some wielders, perhaps plural, but one in specific who doesn't treat him so great. In fact, uses
And who
him in
might
ways that
be?
this is where the waters get a little muddy. He says it was Lorna Dane Newman. She's a mage, way in the future. And
A mage, you say?
yes. But we kind of had an issue with Mischief pretending to be Lorna Dane, so I don't know if he actually meant Lorna Dane or not.
Really? Tell me more.
You're saying that like you've got a vague idea of what I'm talking about.
No,
Do
I'm
you know
just
who I'm
very
talking about?
curious of why Mischief would impersonate someone that did injustice by my brother. Please, tell me more about this Lorna Dane Newman.
Well, she's a very powerful mage. She committed genocide on an island, and she did things that no one should ever do, things that no one should ever have to endure to your brother. At least that's what he implied. He seemed too shy to say it outright.
And she still lives in your time.
I've got no clue. She's MIA.
It's a shame. We don't often travel together. We used to. When we were first roaming this world, we decided to split ways. See the world for ourselves. Get our own perspectives on the humanoids that began to walk it. Clarence always had a soft spot. Especially in the younger generations. He loved to be a mentor, teach them all of the information he learned from their elders, passing it down to create mini heroes. He loved that word, heroes. He's out doing it right now. I'm sure after they die, he'll do it again. Until he meets this Lorna Dane.
He didn't seem so concerned with heroes when I met him. Just killing.
Seems time can change people. How was I in the future? I'm sure that you met me. Or have
Briefly.
I mysteriously disappeared?
No, I saw you with future Aldrin,
Good.
and
That's good.
we spoke. Yeah, you guys are still together, but we only spoke briefly. You seem relatively the same. I didn't get to talk to you much. You were kind of just telling us, like, hey, watch your mouth or you're gonna die. And it was, thanks, man. Thanks for the buffer. And that was it.
Mischief explained your situation to Ultron. He's a little bit starved for entertainment at the moment, so formalities were thrown aside, but normally, yes, you would have a lot more respect given to His Majesty.
Our liege did seem very different today. It was, talk about whiplash.
I don't know what happened to the future, or what Ultron did over the many years that transpired since he sent you back to us, but Uldren cares for humanity just as much as he would anyone else. Even for people who really don't deserve it. Either that or he just really hates divinity more than he does humanity, I really can't tell. So he lets things slide every now and then. Just be very, very careful with you and your friends. Staying here does not mean overstepping on the graces you've already been given. I've seen many try to get close over the years, gain the favor. They never outright ask, but they always try to at least make themselves friendly. Friend of a monarch is a powerful thing. Day in the company of one is already a blessing. Don't forget that.
I will not. Thank you for the reminder, but you do not have to worry. I don't think any of us care about currying favor. I think we only care about being free at this point.
I know that. This is just a friendly warning to be careful of how you tread in the future. I'm not talking about your future, I'm talking about ours.
Right. I appreciate it. Wave, you are a really interesting guy. Well, I don't mean to keep you in here. Thanks for entertaining me for a little bit. And I appreciate you trying to find an instrument for me. I will be much more useful in the days to come.
A guitar, was it?
Yes, yes, please.
I'll try and find something of the sort.
Thank you, Wave. Oh my god. You're the best.
Anything else?
Any places I shouldn't wander? I'm kind of giving myself a tour right now.
If you want to try and find something, ring the bell and ask first. Your accommodation should have anything that you would normally require, and more.
All right, I'll take your word for it then. I will be a good boy and head back to my room.
Mustang.
That's me.
You see, as you step out into the hallway, you see the same glow that Mammoth saw earlier. As the darkened hall kind of encapsulates his form, you can only see the skin that has the resemblance of stars on it glowing past his clothes. You can see as he stares at you, there's kind of that intensity in the light in his eyes. What you met Ultron in the future, did you talk about what you were, what you are, at all?
Oh, brother. Seemed like he knew, but we didn't. He was really focused on his sister.
He leans in a little bit.
Oh boy.
Another friendly warning. Mischief isn't the only one that can cause problems around here. Sometimes it just takes a spark to light a fire. Are we understood?
Yeah, I think I pick it up and put it down.
I don't know how much you know about yourself, but you are almost just as dangerous as she is. I know I can keep you under control, but I also know I may not constantly be around to do so. So if you cause problems in this time, that could potentially affect the future. Or Ultron's reputation, livelihood, anything of the such. Well, I think we know what happens when you put a spark in water. Anyway, guitars. And he begins to wander off.
Wait, wave.
He's walking away.
Can I grab him by the wrist?
He's already a couple feet away from you. You can try.
All right. Well, if he's a couple feet away, I'm just gonna trot after him.
Get it.
Wait, hold on, hold on. You can't just run away after getting in my face like that.
He stops. He doesn't fully turn to address you, but he just kind of tilts his head. Something else I can help you with?
Yeah, take a guy out to dinner first. Jeez. But you said Mischief's not the only one who can cause trouble. We're here to, help her control what she's got inside her. I kind of was hoping I could use this time to do the same for me. Is that possible? You seem like you know something.
There's a very long pause. He still doesn't fully turn around, but looks back a little more and goes, from the brief few experiences I've had, not something that you can teach. It is only something you can snuff out before it becomes a wildfire. I suggest you try and control it for the year you're here. How you do that on your own terms. I'm here to make sure you and your friends don't cause damage, not to be a mentor.
Right. Guitars, then. Kind of will take his leave, but he's kind of, as he walks away to go find his way back to his room, he's kind of fuming a little bit. He does not agree with what Wave had to say about being snuffed out. He thinks,
As you walk away, you can both see as you pass him to go to your room and just kind of feel the presence of his eyes just following you as you go, as he stops to watch you leave.
take a picture.
Eventually you turn a corner. And you lose sight of him. You return to your room.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I cut out for a second.
So eventually you do make it back to your room. Is that all for the evening?
Okay, no. Now, as I said on the agenda, it may not, nothing might happen, but he's going to kind of find one of the rooms inside his super room, I guess. And he said ring the bell and like you can take advantage of whatever amenities are there.
No, ring the bell summons Wave. The amenities are just there in the room already, and there's their own individual servants per room.
Great. Okay. Are there candles anywhere?
Yeah, you could find there's a number of candles lighting up various areas.
I'm going to take every candle that I can find and put them all into one room.
Okay. No one's gonna stop you, but you certainly get a few looks of confusion from the staff who are working from behind the bar, just kind of watching you go around the room, pulling candles off of the wall from their mounted positions and taking them from tables, and just slowly walking them into one room. But you can do it. I'll say you can get about like. Are you gonna get as many as possible, or you're just gonna grab like a handful?
I mean, he's got the whole night, so this is his idea of witchy shit. So he's just trying to get as many candles as he can.
If you go individually and grab every single one, you will eventually get around, we'll call it 30 candles. Some of them, obviously, some are a little lower than others in terms of wax because they've been burning longer, but still functionable.
All right, that's fine. So he wants to find a room that's got plenty of shelves and as little furniture as possible. And if there's furniture in the room, he's going to take it out of the room.
Remove as little furniture as possible?
Yeah, as little furniture as possible. And if there's furniture in there, he is taking it out. He is moving it into a different room. HDTV up in here.
If you go into any of the rooms that have the heated tubs in the room, it's just a pretty large sized stone pool, and the rest is just open space. You could certainly use one of those, or if you want to spend the entire night rearranging one of the bedrooms, you could. It'd take a while because they do have a shit ton of furniture in them.
No, he's not that invested in it. However,
Feng Shui?
is there a servant? Yeah, he's making sure it's feng shui. Absolutely. Okay, so he's gonna put all the candles everywhere, following the principles of feng shui. And is there a servant in this room that I am so feverishly decorating?
In the bathrooms, no.
Okay.
There's only
I need to go find
about 3 of them in total. There's one behind the bar. There's one chef in the kitchen, and then there's just one on hand in case you were looking for any kind of massages or anything like that. Which in your
Okay.
case isn't really.
Yeah,
You know.
useless. All right. So chef can stay. Barback, you can stay. Barback, actually, if you could make me a drink, that would be awesome. Whiskey, preferably.
What do you want? Whiskey? Right.
Some kind of
Right
whiskey.
up.
And you, masseuse, who serves no purpose but standing there and looking pretty. I have a
thank you.
task for you.
Sure. How can I be of service?
Do you know where any of my friends are staying? In what rooms?
I'm not made aware. We were just told to come here so it could be of service to you. Could find out if you would like. You're all
No,
on
I
the
could talk-
same floor. It's just I have to check, see which rooms. There's a lot, as you can imagine.
There are a lot. And you are pretty enough that I will let you off the hook, and I will do it myself. And he's gonna walk out.
Thank you. You see her as you begin to walk away.
Oh, too easy.
Cool. You're just gonna try and walk around until you find your friends?
Yeah, preferably the one that has the smorgasbord of people in it, but yeah, actually, if you find spam rooms,
Let me go ahead, and since you can't really do it since you're on D&D Beyond, I'll roll that D50 for you.
thank you.
14. It takes you marginally less time than it does for Mammoth. After about like 15-ish minutes. But keep in mind, this is much later in the night than it is for
Yes, I
anyone
do
else.
have that in mind.
So this is like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. You do find there's no like markings on the door, but you do see the lights from a candle glow from the common rooms are still lit into other entranceways.
Okay. For the sake of being quiet, he is not going to knock. He is just going to walk through the door and see if someone is awake in the common area.
Sure. You do so. For this, we'll do 4. Okay. You peek your head open, and you peek your head for the door. And do you fully step for the door, or are you just peeking your head in?
No. Well, I mean, if I can assess in faster than 6 seconds what is going on in this room, then yes, I will just stick my head in. However, if I cannot, I'm going to entirely walk in.
You would need to walk in if you're gonna assess.
All right, he's walking in.
Cool. You walk in, and the common room is completely empty. In the common room, there is the bar, and there is a bartender still sitting at the bar. It looks like their eyes are closed, but you know very well, as you've had multiple elves in your party, that they don't need to sleep, they just trance. You see kind of their ear flicker as you step foot inside. One of the eyes opens, and as they see you approach you, Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for. I don't know. I know you elves don't sleep. I know Kibli doesn't sleep either. Is Kibli or Cyrus up?
This is the abode of Mammoth. He is
Oh,
currently
shit.
asleep.
Okay, my bad.
Would you like me to pass on a message to him when he awakes?
Yeah.
Or if it's urgent, I could awake him this moment.
No, don't do that. I don't know. Oh God. Just maybe tell him when he wakes up that Stank stopped by to see how he was doing and should check in with him.
Very well.
Okay. Thank you. and he's gonna hit a Yui really fast and
Ghost trash.
start trying to find the other room.
You pitter patter your way out. Go
Aw.
to the other door, and this door, when you go through, you do see the common area is lit, and there is individuals inside of it. Kipley, would you go to your own bedroom to rest for the evening, or are you staying out in the common room with Cyrus and Duradon?
I think she was trying to keep an eye on Duradon.
Sure. I don't think you need to sleep, right? In your little
I don't know.
deathless sleep. I think it's on your character sheet. Let me go check
Undead
anyway.
typically don't need to sleep,
I'm 90% sure you don't.
but
And
you
D&D
could
on
do
being
it for
weird, so.
funsies.
Well,
Oh,
it's the
perfect
same thing.
song.
I know, it's hilarious. It's this. Why is this on fucking D&D ambient? That's so weird. It's the same thing as Reborn, I think, where you don't need to sleep, but you need to have at least 8 hours of rest, of where you have to be doing either mundane activities or just not move. So you don't have to sleep or dream, but you at the very least have to be immobile for a while.
Right. So she's just like, there's the couch. She's on the floor next to it. Like, you just see her legs kind of sticking out. And she's leaned against the wall. Arms just kind of limp against her side. And her head's just kind of at an angle. And she's eyes kind of staring towards Duradon.
Sure. And you see across the way from Kipley, there's kind of this larger lounge couch, and you see they actually put two of these together to form kind of like a makeshift bed. And Zyrus is currently laying down a few feet away from Duradon, who has a few blankets just kind of like burritoed up
Oh.
onto him. And she is also fully awake as well, as they kind of turn, hearing you come in. And there is a bartender available, still up.
Barbara, could I get some whiskey, please? Need some now.
Sure thing, right away. They grab a glass from behind the bar, and after a few moments, kind of, you see there's a small kind of like coffee table in the center of the room, and they just walk around the bar and place it down in front of one of the chairs for you. Would you want a hot towel this evening, or and they kind of just look you up and down.
Take a guess.
Do you need anything else?
No, thank you. This is great.
Alrighty. And they make their way back.
All right, great. So, just for my mind's image here, I have walked in. There's the bar, and I'm in the common area? Question mark.
Yeah, bar is
And
straight.
everyone else is in the common area.
Correct. The common area is a straight shot from right when you enter. It's the first thing that you see. The bar is directly like to the left-hand side of the room, up like
That's
built
exactly how I
into the
imagined it.
wall. I am that good, right? Not kidding.
That's
Built
good shit.
into the
That's good
left-hand
shit.
side of the wall, and you can see this hallway that leads deeper into like the kind of like suite of rooms, and to the close right there's Cyrus and Duradon and their makeshift lounge couch bed, excuse me, and then Kipley's off to the left in her own little world as she's lying on the floor next to the chair that she was on before.
Okay, wow. Real shit show in here. So he's gonna, before he walks over to that table to get his drinky poo, he's gonna take off his shoes so he's not walking around with his spurs clinking all over the place. And
Sure.
then he's gonna go get his drink and his socks. And then he's gonna walk over to Kipley and kind of loom over her, two beady orange eyes staring down at her like two little night lights. Kipley, Kipling!
The head just kind of turns towards you, the eyes shifting towards you. What?
I'm gonna squat down. I'm gonna do something tonight. I'm gonna try to talk to whatever lives in my head. And I wanted to let someone know.
Tonight?
What?
Tonight?
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Why not tonight?
We have a fucking year to get our shit together. We're like drained to shit. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to.
I don't know if anything's gonna happen or not.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. That's our track record. No, that's our track
I might just end up
record.
being a dumbass sitting in a room full of candles.
Oh, sweet Mustang. Fucking shit's gonna happen. If we do anything, it's gonna happen.
I can actually guarantee nothing's gonna happen if you just sit in a room with candles.
No one
Thank you, Zaira.
asked you. You're literally taking advice from the Monarch of Mischief right now.
Wait, I thought that was Iris. How can we tell when it's who's who?
Does it matter?
Would you like me to change clothes when I go between them?
Yeah, that would actually be really helpful. Could you do that every single time?
Are they
No.
not just the same thing?
That's what I thought.
Technically, I could. Actually, not that much of a hassle, but that would be redundant. And this is
Alright,
currently Osiris talking.
Good to know you can't commit to the bits, Iris. But
Fuck
Iris
you.
is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Mischief,
Oh, it's good to see you, Cyrus.
Mischief is saying that nothing will happen.
Wait, so it's Mischief talking or it's you, Cyrus?
It's me, but she lives in my head. In the very
Okay.
same way that many of you have your own shit to deal with.
Kipley's eyes like radar in on Mustang, like, you fucking see?
Oh, shut up, you have voices in your head too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Your
Let
pillow
me
is spread
be-
across the room.
this feels like a high school sleepover. Oh my god.
Wait, pause, hold on. For the story.
This is so funny.
9, it misses. It lands like a foot away from Ghibli.
Okay, let me be clear, crystal clear. I'm asking, are these your words or Mischief's words? And when it sounds like you're saying that they're Mischief's words.
I just told you. It is Iris speaking. Mischief is telling me to tell you that if you sit in a room full of candles, you will sit in a room full of candles. She is also offering you that she can aid you going into a place where you can talk to yourself in the same way she did for Duradon when he was unawakened.
Hells no. Listen, I'm not going to be mad at a scorpion for stinging me, but I'm not going to get near the scorpion and ask it to sting me either.
She says, "Why would I sting you? We are not
Because you're a
armed to
scorpion!"
turtle back."
Mustang.
She asks, "What? Can we stop with the she asks part? If you're gonna have a conversation, you could just have a conversation." What do you mean? Okay, listen. And you see Zyrus's outfit switches. She goes, "Listen, if we're gonna be having a conversation,
Look,
Thank
we're
you.
gonna be having a conversation. I don't see what the problem is. First off, you have all been ungrateful little shits. I'm just saying I can help you. I have no idea why all of this animosity is coming towards me just because you're in a shitty situation.
Well,
Because of your own doing, by the way, not me.
I think you're misreading this. I do not feel animosity
Entirely.
towards you.
Sounds like you called me a
100%.
scorpion for no reason.
I did not call you a scorpion for no reason. If it quacks like a duck and waddles like a duck, it's probably a duck.
And
I'm
that's
not saying
supposed to
that-
be insulting?
I'm not saying that you're choosing to be a scorpion, just the same way as I am not choosing to be an insufferable cloud of dust. I just am, and you just are. The chaos that follows you around is like your scorpion stinger.
You
And
could be a little less insufferable. That's something you can change.
You could be a little less stuck up.
Says the girl with voices in her head.
wait,
What does that have to do with me being... I'm not stuck up.
You got so many things stuck up you practically a stuffed animal.
oh, that was pretty funny. That was a good one. But do we really need to engage in the childish horseplay? I feel like
Well, gee,
Kind of-
I don't know. I just heard a conversation between Mammoth and Kipley talking about how they want to ask Uldren to go back in time and get rid of me. So excuse
feel
me
like-
if I'm a little bit perturbed at the moment that the people
Oh
that
my
I risked my life to save
God.
don't even want me in their life.
This is why you can't listen into other people's conversations.
Oh, because you're trying to get rid of me? Yes,
No,
by all means.
because
that's a very
you're only
valid reason of why I
hearing
shouldn't.
vented things. You should know better. You spent time with us. At what point have we ever tried to get rid of you, Cyrus?
Oh, you couldn't before, but the second opportunity comes
Right,
around. you
there's the
there you go.
arrogance. Yeah, no. Fuck off. We love you. Just give us a little bit of time, alright?
I don't think you mean it.
yeah, I
Well,
wouldn't go
be-
that far.
Say it again.
Which part?
You know
Wait,
which
this
one?
is mischief talking.
Yes, it is.
It's not
Say it again.
Cyrus.
Say it again, please.
Fuck off?
No, part before it. Gens of L ends in U.
Lou?
No, you do what you said. You're not that insane yet.
What, did I love you?
Mm. Do you know?
Oh, brother.
Please.
I guess I'll just have to accept it then.
You know how many people I've loved.
Actually, no. Your mind is very uncomfortable to be in, so I don't often browse.
Excellent. She turns to Mustang. What the fuck
Oh.
do you want?
All I'm saying, Mustang, is that I reawakened Duradon with no issues. He is fine. If you're just looking to talk to whatever's inside of you, I can set it up. Or at least I can put you in a state where you think you can set it up, and then it will most likely happen.
Think I'm still going to pass on that. I don't want anything from you, Kipley. I just wanted to let someone know. And I'm going to try to do this my way, not your
No,
way, Mischief.
I'm telling you right now, you're gonna sit in a room of candles, and nothing's gonna happen.
And you know what? That's fine. At least I didn't get stung by a scorpion.
Right, no, please stop calling me a scorpion. Very insulting. They're ugly, and
Beautiful creatures of the desert.
Oh
they're
my
really
god.
like the rats of the desert.
Shut up. Both of you.
What?
Shut up. Mustang, you said you don't need anything from me. You don't want anything from me. And yet you
Just
came
wanted to
here.
let you know.
Yeah, you've
That's
let
all I
me
want.
know. Why?
That's it. I just wanted to communicate.
But why?
Why? Because we're a team. I'm not going to
Exactly.
without you guys knowing.
Which means
you think
you
something bad's gonna
don't. Exactly.
I think anything bad's going to happen. It's just in case.
No. I mean, you don't go tell someone that you're about to go take a shit unless you think it's going to be a really horrible shit. And it sounds like you think this is going to be a really horrible shit, so you're telling somebody.
Please,
In which case,
please,
sounds like you're asking.
please, please.
child.
She, gets to her knees and,
Oh my god.
in a begging manner, grabs your hands. Please, just. Will it kill you to wait 3 days?
3.
3.
It's oddly specific.
That's a very weird number.
3
It's
long
actually associated with bad luck.
fucking
you know?
days.
I mean, I see
Alright,
no harm in
Kipling.
doing it tonight.
Mischief, please. That's enough. Pretty please. We're not
But
talking about you. We're not insulting you.
I'm not talking about me either. I'm just trying to.
Oh, yeah. Please,
Make a point. Oh, be careful now.
And he's gonna turn back to Kipley. Kipley, please get up.
She like sighs. Her shoulders like kind of fall a bit as she kind of struggles to push to her feet.
Kipley,
Yes.
have to beg. Don't beg me for anything ever again. Don't beg anyone for anything ever again. If it's really bothering you that much, I won't do it.
Just hold off. We are so broken and shattered in a time we don't know where we fucking are. And we are being escorted by chaos and mischief, which is fine. But I am at less than half my best. And if something happened to you, or Mammoth, or Doradon, I need us to work. And I want you to work. And I want to help you work. I need like 3 fucking days of sleep. Doradon needs to heal.
I hear you. I suppose I didn't think about it the same way. But now I see your point of view. I hear you. I will wait 3 days longer if you need it. You just let me know. But I want you to be aware that this is something I would like to do. I feel like if I can master whatever's going on inside me, it can be a lot more helpful to all of you.
Can Kipley inside that?
All right.
Sure.
Just
Yeah,
wants
go
to
for
make see if
Roll
you're
an insight check.
to make
You
sure
can
you're
go
not
ahead.
gonna.
What part of that are you inciting?
I'm trying to make sure you're not lying to shit, which I rolled an 8. So blah, 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 blah.
Mustang, just roll a raw charisma check, and then you can add whatever
Okay.
proficiency bonus, whether it's persuasion or deception.
Okay.
She's concerned you're still going to go forward with
A
it.
19 on the charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah. You feel that they are gonna at least honor their word. You think, hopefully.
Kipley's head kind of bows and she just kind of grasps at your hands for a moment and almost like presses her forehead to them. For she looks up at you. I know it feels like I caused a lot of this, that Doradon and I did, that we made decisions that got us into this. And I know you're angry at us, and you probably have a right to be. And you have a right to do whatever you want. But Whatever anger you feel about that, or upset, just know I'm trying to learn from it. And, you know, doing the same thing that we did, we're stronger when we're together. We fall apart when we go off on our own. We have 1,000 years. No, fuck off. I can't count. I'm so tired. We have 1 year to make things right. I'm asking for 3 days. And I will do whatever you need.
Can't I already said yes.
Oh. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I get it. You're tired. And, you know, I may be an asshole, but I'm not a monster. I don't want to put you in a bad position.
You want to stay in our room?
He kind of looks around at the crowded common area.
Come inside, it's fun inside.
There's a bed over there.
There's
Points.
actually many unused bedrooms. We're just kind of chilling out here.
Oh.
Could just be the 3 people that don't need to sleep gang.
Are you asking me because you want me to stay in the bedroom with you guys?
Honestly.
Be honest.
Okay. No, honestly, what I'd really like, what would make me feel better is if you went and stayed with Mammoth.
Oh, Kippley, I don't know if I can do that right now.
Why?
He has trust issues.
I don't have trust issues. I just have a lot of big feelings right now that I don't want to take out on Mammoth because I know he's just a kid.
And because he has trust issues.
That is an entirely separate issue.
Didn't I think about it?
What did he do?
Nothing I wouldn't expect of a kid. It's just... I think I got so caught up in trying to teach him the ropes and, you know, being an adventurer that I got lost and I forgot that he's just a kid at the end of the day. And he's going to make choices like a kid and put us in danger like a kid.
You mean respond in such a way like a kid to the dangers that we put him in?
Exactly. Starting to wonder if we're not the best fit for him.
Who do you think is?
Not sure. Certainly not a normal family, but when I was growing up, I grew up in this tribe of wandering druids. I feel that you might fit in well with them. Not that they're here now, obviously that's a post-detonation thing, but I wonder if he could benefit from, I guess I could call it a childhood, like the one that I had.
I don't think he'd agree with you.
I don't know what he'd think. I think he'd probably want to stay. I'd like to talk to him and see where his head's at, but not right now. I might say something I regret.
I'm sorry things didn't work out the way you were hoping.
How do you mean?
Well, you clearly had an idea in your head of what you had hoped our group would achieve. And we've missed that mark by quite a vast degree, I imagine.
I'm not too worried about it. I mean, let's see, we've got Nelp. I guess we don't have to worry about Duradon. The rest of us are probably going to live forever, assuming we don't get ourselves killed in the next year. And we got plenty of time to make up for our mistakes. I've spent my entire life making mistakes and running from them, and this is what it means to confront them head on and to stop running, finally give these old legs a rest. And he kind of slaps his legs on his thigh, his hands on his thighs. Then so be it. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can move on to be the man I want to be and make the changes in the world I want to see. And if you all want to help me, then so be it. If not, then I suppose we'll go our separate ways.
Oh, that's nice. It's funny, I feel like I heard Mammoth say almost the same thing.
Really? In those
Yeah.
words?
No, not exactly. You know how Mammoth talks.
Yeah, not much.
You kind of have to listen between the lines with him.
Well, I'll have a chat with him in the morning and keep that in mind, what you think about what he's had to say.
Or, you know, maybe just keep nothing in mind and just listen.
I feel like sometimes we hear different things.
Yeah.
So I am going to keep it in mind. Just in case. But I don't want to keep you up any longer, so you can get back to whatever you were doing right there. And he kind of gestures to the chair
Proclaiming
next to
her
the
love
chair.
to me. I think
What'd you
she was
say?
proclaiming her love to me.
Oh. Yeah, that was pretty rich, Kipley. Did you really mean that? To mischief?
It warms my cold heart.
Scorpion heart.
Call me a scorpion again, I'll turn you into one.
Hey, Mischief, do you think you could get like one of those heart pumping things back for me?
What?
So what, your boyfriend made for you?
Yeah.
Wait, what? You have a boyfriend?
I'm
I don't
My
think.
skin's getting kind of grey.
Yeah. Because of the low lighting in here, it's a little hard to tell immediately, but you can definitely feel yourself getting cold. That's definitely recognizing factor. I've never really made one before. I don't know how he did it. I got a year to learn, so
Are you telling me? Oh, never mind. I'm just
just
going
because
to...
you live a long time doesn't mean you learn everything.
No, it's great. I fucking love that he knows shit that no one else knows. It just makes me so happy.
It's
I
not
love
like
him.
no one else knows. It's a common item. I just don't make artifacts. For
Yeah,
the very reason that I don't often make servants, because they make things go boom. If I made items, imagine what would happen to this world. Well, actually, no, I lie. I did make items, and that's, yeah. They didn't turn out too well. Technically, I did make an artifact before. So surely making a blood pumping device can't be that hard.
I mean, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. By the way, you said like 3 days to recover. I could make that shorter for you, if you want. I
Sure.
really, yeah,
Oh my god.
I don't really need to like hide myself anymore, so I can. Cyrus can only cast so many leveled spells per day, but
Just out of
I'm
curiosity,
a
are there consequences?
it has material components.
That are drawn from where?
Her purse.
Like monetary?
Yeah,
How much are we talking?
I think it's like 100 gold for greater restoration.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. He reaches into a bag and like chucks
Cyrus went by.
coins across the room.
You're gonna chuck a bag of 100 gold.
Yeah, she just starts chucking coins.
One by one.
Chucking individual coins.
Yeah.
Cool.
She'll chuck 100 gold pieces across.
It's gonna take a very
Making it
long
rain.
time.
Yeah.
After about the 15th coin, you hear Duradon begin to stir by the sound of metal hitting wood and hitting the floor. Yeah. What's going on? And then ping, a coin hits him in the head. And he just... Cyrus puts a hand on his head, mutters something, and he just lulls back to sleep. Jesus, don't do that. By the gods, what is wrong with you? I have to go pick up these fucking coins one by one. Goes and starts picking them up. After about 5 minutes of her picking up coins, she goes over, places a hand on your shoulder, and goes ahead and cast at a 5th level Greater Restoration. So you immediately lose 1 level of exhaustion, and in addition you lose another level from long resting. So the next morning you only have 1.
Yeah, Kippity
There
just
you
like
go.
sighs. Head almost dropping, chin to her chest.
By the way, I'm not going to make any decisions because I would feel rather guilty if I did, considering that his first instinct was to try and, get me out of his life. But from what I know of this time, there are many, many clans of druids alive. I'm not saying you ditch the kid, but if, a couple months pass and it looks like you're not getting anywhere, well,
That'll be
there
his
are-
decision.
and I'm just saying there's items that you could buy if you can get enough gold and protects people from scrying and things like that, and you could go try and find one of the tribes live in or something. I'm just saying. There's a brand new world of opportunities for all of you.
Yeah, I can't say I haven't thought about it, but again, Mammoth has a say in it all, so
I mean, technically, all of you have a say in all of the things that you do. You can do a lot.
well,
I mean,
we'll give it 3 days or how long now?
Just one.
just one.
Give it a day then.
Don't worry about rushing things too much. We have time. Well, at least we have time until. She kind of leans in. We have time until Aldrin, gets a little antsy and looks into the fact that Cyrus has been alive on this island all this time, then we're probably gonna have a little bit less than a year.
Yeah, we'll need to talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah. I just wanted to. I was gonna tell everyone sooner, but I really didn't get the chance because, you know. But,
Tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow it is.
New day.
A new dawn.
It's a new life.
I feel like we're onto something with that.
I feel like we are too.
Well, anyways, Cyrus doesn't need at least 4 hours of sleep, so I guess I'll indulge her as she's whining about this in the background.
Sorry, Cyrus.
Do you want me to do the close shift thing? 'Cause I actually like that idea.
I really like the outfit switch.
Because,
I think
you know-
that's really funny.
No, do you know something? She says that it's too much, but do you know what she does when she goes back and forth between being a cleric and a ranger? She switches clothes. She did that before I even did any of this. That was of her own volition. I never influenced her to do that. She thought it'd be a good idea so that she could run like dual identities type thing. But I genuinely think that is a funny bit of irony.
I think you should commit to it. Cyrus doesn't seem like she likes to commit to the bit, but I know you missed
I can do it. Yeah.
No.
She'll get pissy at me, but I can do it.
Yeah, do it.
Anyway, and you see her her
Awesome.
clothes change back into the normal hunter's cloak, esque visage, as she goes and slumps down on the couch next to Duradon again. Goes, oh, for fuck's sake. Good night, Mustang.
Night, Cyrus. Pleasure. Kipley? He kind of tips his head to her. He goes to reach up for his hat, but he's got no hat. He's like, oh, fuck. I need to go ring that bell again. Alright, well. We'll see you in the morning, my tired Kipley.
I love you.
Whoa. I care deeply about you as well.
Okay.
Combinations of love.
That's alright.
His face is kind of flushed. You could see in the dark that it's now not just his eyes glowing, but a little bit of kind of that facial plane where his cheeks would be theoretically.
Theoretical cheeks.
Yeah, theoretical cheeks. Theoretical cheek planes.
Um,
He kind of turns and shuffles over to his boots and he puts them back on and he walks through the door.
Did you
Goes
ever
back to his
actually
room.
have the whiskey, or is it just still on the table?
No, he grabbed it.
Okay.
Hey, it's going with him. He's taking the glass with him. You're drinking it in the hallway.
It'd be so funny to make it stop at the door. You walk through it, glass hits it, shatters.
Oh, it's a part of my powers that I can choose to incorporate things into my body.
I know.
Let me have my whiskey, please.
I never said that I wouldn't let
I'll
you do it.
deny
I'm just
love, but I
visualizing
want
how
my
funny-
whiskey.
Yeah, deny my love, but don't deny my whiskey. That's not a very healthy mindset to have there.
Baby steps, guys. Baby steps. He's a newly reformed asshole.
Alright, so you make your way back to your room.
He's gonna get a second glass
Eventually,
of whiskey from his
Get your
barkeep.
second glass of whiskey.
And he is going to sit in his candle room.
You're gonna sit in your candle room. Are you gonna try and actually do anything in your candle room? Or you're just gonna sit in it.
I think he's going to try and kind of turn inward to maybe see if there's anything there, but I don't think it necessarily is going to amount to anything more than meditating, really.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
something he's never done.
Go ahead, if you will, and just roll me a d100.
Okay. 20. Natural 20.
You sit in a room full of candles,
Yes. Meditate.
and you spend the night sitting in that very same rubber candle until the dawn slowly begins to rise and a new day begins. All you go ahead, mark it long rest.
Yay!
Heal back. Heal back all those hit points, get back all those spell slots, and more importantly, get rid of any levels of exhaustion that you did not already. And I think we'll just call it there. There is more to do, but I think it would be better to start off with Jared.
That's fair.
Also, I think that's
That
a,
is
I think
fair.
that's, I think that's a decent ending point
Mhm.
to end at the end of the day. We
Oh.
missed out on a little bit of more exposition, but I think we had enough juicy RP to make up for it.
Oh, Kipling, my Shayla,
fucking-
my Shayla, my Shayla.
I fucking
Love
love
her.
Mustang's reaction. Just whoa,
Oh, Nelly.
that heavy.
It's funny. Uh,
He's not ready to roll like that. Tough word for Elmo.
Coward.
Yeah, he is. He's a big, fat, craven asshole.
correct, madam.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I guess
It's
we just have
interesting
to.
that everything
Oh.
switched with Mischief. I was
What do you
the
mean
only
everything
one that
switched?
liked her, and then now I'm the only one
I
that doesn't.
truly, I have to say, I'm so here for the self-awareness arc.
It's
The
it's so good.
it's it's a little. I will say this: it's a little funny that it took so long for Mammoth to realize that not
actions
just
have
what
consequences.
well, yeah, not just the fact that actions have consequences, but the line of I guess people can't do just whatever they want whenever they want is so accurate to what being a child is. It's like, oh my god, wait, you have to go to work in order to get paid so you can get money so you can buy things? You just can't buy things in the first place? What? Like, it's so funny that he's just now getting the understanding after being brought to the fucking. It took being brought to the past to have like a world cataclysmic level event for him to understand the basic world concept. And gotta say, I'm here for it, baby.
I mean, hindsight is 50-50.
In our group, it sure as hell is.
Yeah.
This is
God,
quite a
but
turnaround. I do enjoy it.
I, as a DM, love this so much because I get to do little to no talking, and it's all you guys. And it's great. I couldn't be happier.
Kinda
A
nice to
lesson
get
in
to be able to talk to
yaponomics.
everybody.
Yeah, we can finally get some a little bit more of a what you call it, party on party vibes. We haven't had that in a little bit.
I'm happy that we all didn't die because Mustang has been such a closed off asshole this entire time, and now he's less of a closed off asshole, so I can actually like engage with people, and it's fun.
Yeah, that's the contract that we made. We can only kill him once the redemption arc is done.
Dude. Oh my god, I have this
Oh
art I
my
really want to share
gosh.
with you guys, but I'm so holding on to it for a very
Is it dead Mustang?
No. It's this piece I commissioned right after Kipley had that moment with Vince where they like shared each other's memories, because I was like, oh my god, if that ever happens, I need to be prepared with a like baller piece of art to show up to the club with. And so I commissioned it. It was so expensive, and this was so long ago, and I've been sitting on it this whole time, waiting for the
Oh
day
my
whenever it
gosh.
happens. I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna have this sick fucking piece of art for my Mustang Lord Dump when the day comes.
Did a picture of Dom pregnant?
I can make that happen.
Damn it. I do like Jared saying halfway through who
Who's
got
pregnant?
pregnant. Yeah, who pregnant? Say what now?
Oh man.
I'm so
What?
excited, you guys. Well, I guess
We
we'll
owe
have
man?
to wait and reveal the world map that I've been sitting on for a year and a half now for next week.
Oh,
Smiley
finally.
face.
Wait,
I
what?
can't. This you guys. I haven't given you a world map to begin with because there was no point. It constantly
Undestroyed
moves.
world map.
But you
Oh,
get to
God.
see what it looked
a
like before the
solid
arcane detonation.
Oh.
Yeah, the world isn't shifting right now. You get to explore an actual world.
I'm gonna live out my cowboy fantasies.
I'm genuinely so torn about what to do with Mammoth, though.
Why?
Hey,
What do you?
hey, baby.
Because like I don't know. Do I?
Here, we should chat about that.
Yeah.
We should chat.
Yeah, we should chat about that.
I could hear that smile. About that, all the different possibilities, all the chaos.
No, I got a lot of ideas. What can I say? I'm an idea guy.
What
This
can
this
I
put the
say?
fire back under my ass. I was so tired coming into this, but this was
Yeah,
so much
put the
fun.
spark back into you.
Oh,
Yes.
It's good to hear. I love that moment, Sabrat. I love that moment so much. Mustang just being out here being like, "Oh, can you? Hello, Mr. Wave, sir. Could you help me, please?"
Start flirting with him, but then he started kind of being weird.
And then he straight up said, "I will snuff you out, bitch."
Yeah, so I said take a guy out to dinner first.
And I said, "Damn, you promise?" She.
Suicide okay. Oh god. Bro, if this campaign is an onion, it has so many fucking layers.
How are we
Like,
gonna get a new player into this onion?
Well, you know,
I feel
we'll
like
see.
this is
That's
a
honestly
really
that's more
fresh
than my
place for that.
problem. Yeah, that's more of my problem than you guys.
That's true.
I have
But
to
I mean-
give them 70 pages of exposition. No, it's not necessary.
I mean,
that's the good part about this
honestly,
world.
we've
It's
done
chaos.
what, like 3 months of actual gameplay?
You guys have done a lot at this point now. I have to give you some credit where credit is due. You've accomplished a good, a decent chunk. It's just not an overly extensive chunk, excuse me. So that's good.
It's about level 7 worth of chunk, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
I will say this. And thank you for reminding me about levels. So next time, I'm gonna give everyone this little talk / offer. If you end up finding a cure, way to control the chaos that is on all of you guys, however you want to say it, if you end up solving the problem and you have time left over, I will give you an option of what you can do in this world. Because you have, depending on how much time is left. Because in a year, that could be a potential lot of level ups.
Yeah, that's
See
4
what we got
times
done in 3
longer.
months.
It could also be a shit ton of lore and a shit ton of understanding, and also potential connections / leaving little spots of yourself in the world.
Yeah, dude, I've been thinking about that. I want to do something with that. That shit is so cool.
Here's the thing that I didn't even. I say this. I didn't think about this until recently, and you remind me again. Can't believe when you said this about mentioning the Renels is like, elves live for a really long time, and even though it's been over 1,000 years in between where you currently are and where you left, elves live for 700 years. There is 100% a living Renel right now. And I got reminded, I was like, oh shit, I might need to have that ready in case Megan wants to end my career and just kill off a bloodline.
Did you go back in time and kill
I
baby Hitler? I
don't
don't know.
know.
Legitimately, do you remember the scene of Rhodes doing that, doing the piano wire maneuver in Endgame when he was talking about that? I literally imagine Megan doing that in my head, with just like wrapping the cord around an old man's neck and just killing him.
I don't.
Oh, you're gonna have a kid one day, and he's gonna be real annoying. I'm not gonna like him.
Look,
Also, his father
she,
disappeared about
yeah,
shit, but I'm more about a kid.
sh- yeah. All of this has solidified. Kipley is not a fan of the Renels. Like,
Yeah. Also,
100%.
okay. If you leave the Monarch of Dragons and you go into the normal world, he's not gonna follow you the entire time. If you want to try and leave hints to try and stop the arcane detonation too, there's an unlimited amount of
I
possibilities.
feel like
Now,
there's so much
That's
we
my
they're
can
gonna
plan.
do
have
here.
if there's gonna have positive effects or negative effects, 100%. Does that mean that some of you might not exist? 100% might kill yourselves.
Oh, I think
There's
that means me.
some fun shit. Honestly, yeah, no, it includes all of you.
Yeah, I feel
That's
like next
scary,
session's
dude.
gonna be a lot of like
Well, here's the thing: is
discourse
also
and discussion of.
yeah, you have the entire year to try and decide what you want,
This is gonna be
and
so much fun, you guys.
But
I
there's
have
no
to
quick
wait.
saving. We have to live with this.
Yeah, no, this is playing. What is it? Fucking honor
Is-
mode on Baldur's
yeah.
Gate. You get no saves. It's just one save file.
Fucked
Uh,
up.
the best part is I'm gonna have it on ready. I just need to press the enter key, and next week, once we start the next session, I have the map already loaded up. Shit ready to go.
Mammoth.
You know the funny
Fire.
part?
Fire.
I had to take a screenshot of the actual PNG because the file was too large to upload to Roll20 or
Oh my
Discord.
god.
That's wild.
Because the map generator does a really good job of giving it some Gucci details, and the packet size did not like it.
Dang.
It said no, thank you.
Mammoth, you could literally return to your island.
No, that's what I'm. Well, it's not gonna be your island because that happened post arcane detonation.
Mm-hmm.
But you could return to the potential origins of your circle of an actual grove.
That's so much.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know how to
much.
think about this.
I mean, I think you've got time.
Also, I want to give you something to think about, Kipley, that you might not have thought about before. Bone Mother might not exist yet.
I mean, I don't have my
There's a-
talisman. I kind of assumed my connection had been severed for the moment.
Oh, you don't have your talisman. Durdon has it. That's not a.
I mean,
That's a
my
different thing.
lens. I'm sorry.
Your lens. Got you. You don't know.
Okay. I was not
I was
sure.
also wondering about Bruce too, but
That's a whole lot.
I don't know. I didn't want to get into that tonight,
Hey,
and I also
it's
didn't
on
want
the
to put
table.
you on the spot.
I was prepared. No, there's a lot of things that I have ready. There's a lot of things
Yeah,
I have ready.
that was just not a can of worms I need right
The Bone
Listen,
Mother
I'm the one
doesn't
that brought you here. If you
exist.
think I didn't have any planning beforehand, you're fucking crazy.
That's true. That's true.
Even
Yeah.
before this session alone, I had like 2 hours of prep where I was like, all right, what are these idiots gonna ask about? When I put them in front of the old version of fucking Aldrin, who's nicer and more willing to answer questions.
My patron doesn't exist?
They might not. You don't know.
We'll have to try it.
You're gonna have to Shadow Wizard Money Game cast some spells to find out.
Tomorrow's test day. We're gonna have a training arc.
Oh
Back
no.
in this dragon.
Okay.
It's a fun dynamic of you're gonna have to question of how your connection works with her across time. If it does, if it doesn't, it's gonna be the same thing with a lot of you.
love
Because
this. I love this.
hey, I love that you love this. I love that you love this. This is a very dangerous thing to do for a campaign, so I'm happy that you guys are enjoying it.
It's paying off.
I'm nervy.
It's like we're sent back in time to fix chaos, but they literally sent like the most chaotic group into
What
the
age?
past.
100%. It's not. it's not like a matter of you guys are the A team or not.
You
It's more of like
the
a little.
team.
Z
It's the little.
quadrupled
You're not even the C
squared.
team. You weren't even a team to be considered. It's like a little sister asked to go back in the past and bring her little puppies with her. And he didn't want to curb stomp the puppies in front of her, so he's like, all right, fine, whatever, go do your puppies. I'll curb stomp them when you're not here. Keep it in mind. From Aldrin's words himself, the past version of Aldrin said he can't bring you back to your future. He can't go that far yet.
But what if he I was thinking about this. What if he brings us
But-
500 years into the future, and then that 500 years future can bring us another 500 years, and we could just stair step it?
It would be shooting you into the dark, into an unknown timeline. Because going into the future works very differently than going into the past.
Right, yeah, I don't want to get stuck in a block of concrete.
Well, not just block of concrete. It could be if you give him the wrong date, because he doesn't. You guys don't know, and he doesn't know when the arcane detonation happens. So he could slam you right in the middle of it. He could send you in after a couple of days of it, and the world's going to shit. Like it's very risky sending you to the future.
Damn. I didn't think about
So,
that.
you guys are 100% stranded in the past because the only one that can bring you back is the future version of Ultron who has that range on the time portal.
Is it like wherever we are, like after the exactly 365 days are up?
You have
we
no
get, like-
idea.
Okay.
You have no idea how it works. And my favorite part about all of this is that this is not even a homebrew ability. This is rules as written from a stat block,
That's crazy.
not edited. There's legitimately a dragon that can send you the fucking past or future, baby.
Did we ask about Evelyn at all?
You did not.
Oh my god.
You did not.
We don't even know
I-
she exists at this point.
No. You
But,
know,
didn't you say he's leaving
Well,
for
here's the
a
thing.
few days?
Kipling knows that Evelyn is an eldritch being. No one
Yeah.
else knows, so it's. Why are you oohing? You know this. This is
No,
public
I
information.
know that I know this, but I
Yeah,
it
so
was
she
not in the
may-
forefront of my mind.
She may be here. She may not. Time is like a weird soup to those type of creatures, so
Wibbly wobbly.
she could be.
Well said.
She could not be. Who knows? I'm excited because now you guys get to see all of the fun lore that I built like 4 years ago that was built because here's the thing. This the world that you're about to see, while it's in canon for being pre-arcane detonation, like before the campaign, this was originally written as post-game content for my original Monday game.
Damn.
So it is combining like a whole lot of exposition, heavily edited exposition now changing a whole lot of fun storylines to this world. So this is legitimately like a brand new world of quests that you guys can do if you choose to do it.
Oh my god.
Or you could also choose to be safe and just sit in a palace for a year trying
No,
to figure out shit.
That.
fuck
We're not
that.
gonna find answers that way.
We all here next week? We all here next Friday? I'm here.
Better
Oh,
be.
yeah.
You all
We
here?
better
Be-
be.
Okay.
Work is really beating my ass. I hope so.
Don't
Can
say
you
that.
come kick their ass?
That would honestly be